Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chiara. Welcome to the conference.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Charming.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good morning, Shi Chang Huang. Welcome to the conference. Yi Hui Lan.
Hi, good morning.
Morning to you too. Okay, Chiara, please introduce yourself to the fellow participants.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Chiara Felinadia. I am from Bandung Institute of Technology. I am also from Indonesia, so I guess that's my introduction. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. I would request Shi Chang Huang and Yi Hui Lan to introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. I'm Yi Hui Lan, and he is Chang Huang. Chang Huang and I are co-owner of the paper. But Chang Huang, he got a cold today, so his story is feeling pretty rough. It's hard for him to talk. So I will be responsible for answering questions during the meeting. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Welcome, Angit.
Hello, my name is Anggit Najwa Pramesti. I am a business student in Institute of Technology of Bandung and also a double degree student at University of Hull, United Kingdom.
Nice to meet you too. So, welcome, Ram Argysoft. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Ram Gopalan. I'm the managing director of Argosoft. It's the software company to build some solutions for the education environment.
Thank you for the introduction. Welcome to the conference.
Thank you.
Sharman, please introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. I am Charmaine Lizette Inao. I am a senior high school student from De La Salle University, Integrated School Manila from the Philippines.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, Anandita. Welcome to the conference. Welcome, Muhammad Aldiar Saputra. Welcome, Antika. Welcome to the conference. Good morning, Nadira. Welcome to the conference. Good morning, Kanaya.
Good morning, Miss.
Please introduce yourself. Okay. I guess that's enough. So let's start with the conference now. Welcome to Eurasia Research Online Live International Conference. Sorry. Who was? Okay. Today we have following participants: Associate Professor Isri, Chiara, Anandita, Nadira, Hanan, Sayu, Angit, Kinara, Andika, Kanaya, Clara Lee, Mohammad Rafi, Mohammad Aldiar, Shi Chang Huang, Associate Professor Dr. Noor Hashim Abd Ghani, Paulina Moya Santigos, Ting Ying Lu, Ramachandran Gopalan, Crystal Ratikan, Todd Hull, Nadira Safia Zahra, Eti, Yi Hui Lan, Charming, Farrell, Cliff, Kumar Neeraj Sachdev. Today we have presentations and participants from 10 countries around the world. These countries are Malaysia, India, Philippines, Taiwan, South Korea, United States, Indonesia, United Arab Emirates, Thailand, United Kingdom. Please note that we are broadcasting this conference on Facebook Live on multiple pages of Eurasia Research. The links for the live sessions are shared in the chat box. Before we move ahead, I would like to introduce Eurasia Research to you in a nutshell. Kumar Neeraj, I would request you to please mute yourself. With over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for the research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during COVID era and have presented research community with online platform which was safe and convenient method to continue their passion. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. I'm sorry. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarships. I'm sorry. We provide scholarship to deserving candidates to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young researcher scholarship is provided in the form of full registration fee waiver. We have vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of teaching and education and have registered ISSN and have followed renowned indexing, Google Scholar, Crosscheck Authenticate, Crossref, the Keeper's Registry, Script, Portico, Road, OAI PMH Registered Data Provider, PKP Index. We will soon be applying for Scopus too. We have a wide network of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hands. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision-making capabilities. We couldn't have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K plus followers on our social media platform where they can share their research and interest. Join our Facebook group and be a part of the discussion by researchers and academicians. The link to join our group is in chat section. We also have several collaborations with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like-minded intellectuals. With great pleasure and pride, we would like to announce our latest project, which is the Terra Fellow Program in Education. The program offers an opportunity to learn the key concepts and latest trends in the teaching industry from the academic stalwarts. Thank you for your time. Moving ahead with the conference. Today's host would be me. My name is Neha Negi. Before we start, we have a small welcoming video from our Terra President, Dr. Lion Hamsali, PhD, Dean of Graduate and Professional Studies, LaSalle University, Newton, from United States. Let's see what she has to say.
Hi everyone, my name is Akshat. This is my wife. You might already know me
Apologies.
from my YouTube videos.
Hello, my name is Dr. Lynn Chelly, and I'm the Dean of Graduate and Professional Studies at LaSalle University in Newton, Massachusetts, United States of America. I'm proud to be coming to you and bringing you this video on behalf of Eurasia Research and TERA, Teaching and Education Research Association. I have been a privileged member of this association for many years. As a participant, as a speaker, as a keynote speaker, as a peer reviewer, as the president of the advisory board. I'm here to welcome you and encourage you to participate in this wonderful organization. Membership has its privileges for this organization. You meet wonderful, diverse people from all over the world that bring new and creative, innovative, and entrepreneurial perspectives in teaching and educational research. TERA is a wonderful place to be. As a participant, I encourage you to join and become a member. I also encourage you to submit proposals to do breakout sessions. They are the most valuable and rewarding professional experience you could ever have. As importantly, Eurasia TERA does organize their conferences, both virtual and in person, in such a way where you get to know people personally, know their work, know their research, and get to know them as people, which is most important in our business, relationships. It has expanded my horizons, expanded my professional growth and development, and I continue to look forward to being part of this wonderful organization. Part of attending a conference in person, whether you're a participant or you're an observer, you get to interface and interact on social levels as well as academic levels with everyone involved. We stay in touch after conferences. We share research. We help one another become better at what we do, become better in our educational professions, become better in our research. Again, membership has its privileges. The networking is amazing. Expanding your skill set is amazing. It keeps you in the growth mindset, which we always should be in as educators. And every conference, as I said, has a variety of perspectives that it brings for every person in attendance, no matter what role you have. You will find many pearls of wisdom that you can bring back to your own work and apply immediately. So I encourage you to get in touch with me if you wish at Lynn, LYNNECELLI @gmail.com with any questions. And I also encourage you to visit the website so that you may be able to see exactly not only the professional growth we have, but such fun we have with the relationship building. I look forward to seeing you at another conference and a new conference, and hopefully meeting you personally and professionally.
Thank you, Dr. Nand, for your welcome. Moving ahead, We have a small video from our eminent speaker, Dr. Patama Sattavidin, Assistant Professor, Bangkok University from Thailand. Let's move on to her video.
So my name is Associate Professor Dr. Patama Sattavidin. I'm currently the Director of Master of Communication Arts in Digital Marketing Communications Program from Bangkok University, Thailand. I would personally, I would prefer online conference, to be honest. The main reasons are to convenience and also the comfort for attending like the online conference rather than the physical conference. So it also helps widen like the opportunities for the scholars and also for the students who have got a limited budget in order to travel around, and also who have got like some kinds of the constraints, like for example, like the working load and so forth that they have to manage. So it's quite easier, basically, to attend like the online conference. Okay. Well, I would say yes. I respect the fact that offline conference can encourage the people for like the engagement and also for the participations among like the participants. But for me myself, in regards to like the questions that you have just asked me, arranging conference online can provide participants more convenient and more comfortable. To encourage the interactive engagement and participations between the participants likewise, I honestly feel very enjoyable and impressed when with an interactive and also the roundtable activity and discussions that provided by the Eurasia Research. Always when you arrange like the online conference, you have got like sessions that provide the participants to have like interactive discussions and also activities. So it means that it can help enhance and also encourage more engagement and more participations among the participants while online conference. Okay, so first of all, I would like to express my profound thanks for Eurasia Research for always thinking of me and inviting me as like the keynote speakers for several conference and many conference basically, which helped me a lot in order to open my points of view, my perspective, both in academic and also professional. And with participating like the conference, also I can get like different cultural experience and mindset. So I think that the Eurasia Research conference as such like the golden space for learning and experiencing and also making friends.
Good day, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patama, for your views. Moving ahead, we have another video from our eminent speaker, Adam alias Silvi, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology from Bandung, Indonesia. Let's move on to this video.
My name is Adam alias Silmi. I'm currently a final year business student at the School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia. I believe that an online conference is really convenient for me. I can just do it anywhere I want. I don't need to travel to the venue. If I need to attend an offline conference in some other countries, I have to stay at least for 2 or 3 days. But then if I choose an online conference, I can remove the cost of airfare, the cost of hotel, Airbnb, food, and some other costs. So it's a lot more efficient and effective, I believe. Yes, of course. I can always recommend my friends or colleagues to attend an online conference. In fact, I was the one who suggested some of my friends coming from my university to attend this specific conference as it is convenient, effective, and efficient. So yeah, definitely yes. I can always suggest my peers, my friends, my colleague to attend an online conference. I see. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Charles and everyone involved in the organizing this conference. I am so honored to become the eminent person. This conference was arranged greatly, I believe. I found some issue when I was when I was submitting my paper to this conference. Then I talked to Dr. Charles through the email for several times and asked for confirmation, asked for help. So she helped me a lot during throughout the process. So Thank you so much for everything in this conference. I believe I can always recommend everyone to join this conference in any time. That's all from me.
Thank you, Adam Alia, for your kind words. Moving ahead with the conference. Conference schedule for today would be like session 1, keynote talk. Session 2 would be team activity and photo session. Session 3 would be technical talk. I would request all of you to please rename your Zoom account with your full name in English. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your questions related to the presentation in the chat section while the presentations are going on. All the certificates, receipts, and proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week on their registered mail ID. The proceedings will include all the full papers and abstracts accepted for the conference. Moving ahead with the publication process. The publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their papers, consent forms, and reviewer details on the given mail ID. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is complete. The final stage of publication starts after receiving the revised papers from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 days after the conference date if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadlines. Our first keynote speaker for the day is Associate Professor Dr. Noor Hasmini Abdghani, Faculty of Entrepreneurship and Business, University Malaysia, Kelantan Campus, Kota Baru, Kelantan from Malaysia. Her topic is Consumer Brand Relation in SME, Ignoring Brand Hate, Inspiring Brand Love. Dr. Noor Hasmini is Associate Professor of Marketing at the University Malaysia, Kelantan. She is formerly the Associate Professor of Marketing at University Utara, Malaysia. Her main research interest is concerned with the branding context. In relation, she is also interested in the area of relationship marketing, market orientation, market segmentation, and service marketing. Part of her publications has appeared in Young Consumers, the Academy of Strategic Management Journal, Research, and others. She is actively involved in the supervision of PhD, BBA, and MBA students. Besides, she is also active as a trainer in the context of branding, service quality, customer profiling, and segmentation and marketing plan development. Moving on to her presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good day to all. So today I'm going to present my topic for the keynote speaker today on this international conference to be titled as a consumer brand relationship in SMEs, avoid brand hate, inspiring brand love. So before I go to more detail on it, let me introduce myself. I'm Associate Professor Dr. Noor Hasmini Abdghani from Faculty of Entrepreneurship and Business, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. So let me proceed. Okay, let's get started. Okay. So when we're talking about brand and we look at the product, actually in the strategic brand management, the definition for brand versus product is not same. Okay, so brand basically is a name, term, sign, or a combination of them intended to identify the goods and services so that the consumer can differentiate them Whereas for the product or service is regards to the anything that can be offered to a market, and these include objects, services, organization, might be places, people, and ideas for attention, acquisition, use, or consumption. So in strategic brand management, therefore, because we would like to identify, would like to differentiate, okay, what we bought is regard to the brands. So for the strategic brand management, it is compulsory to manage the brand. A strong brand or brand equity is determined by a consumer. And brand equity is the incremental utility or value added to a product from its brand name and contribute to company's long-term profitability. Thus, in brand management, okay, consumer buy a brand and not a product. So no brand, no differentiation, and interestingly, consumer can have a relationship with a brand and not a product. Okay. So in the concerning of the strategic brand management and business perspective is to develop a brand that have equity, okay, to make sure that the brand able to be competitive in the market. This brand equity contact also is important for the entrepreneurial survival as well. And for pioneers, especially hacker or careless in branding context, when regards to the brand equity, it have 4 main brand equity assets that need to properly manage. So the most important part is, okay, brand awareness, brand association, business quality, and brand loyalty. And of course, they have additional more regards to the brand equity asset. But these main of the brand equity asset should exist, okay, to a brand of the entrepreneur, for each of the brand of the entrepreneurs. Okay, and when we're talking about managing the brand, it's actually might be a little difference to the entrepreneurs as compared to the larger companies. Okay. All right. So for the brand equity to be able to sustain, to remain sustained in the market, okay, the achievement of the brand resonance is very important to be highlighted, not only for the larger companies, but also for the SMEs. And based on the Keller, the brand resonance is referred to the extent to which customers feel that they are in sync with the brand. So for brand resonance, the main ingredients of it is called consumer brand relationship. Okay, and Candace has developed the pyramid model of the consumer-based brand equity. This is where Keller has concerned to make sure that the company is able to reach the brand, the CBR or consumer brand relationship. So all the company need to follow these 4 main stages. Okay, on how you manage the brand properly until it's developed. The main important gist on this is a relationship. Okay, starting from identify, you talk about how you going to introduce your brand to the consumer and then give a meaning, and then regards to the response, this is where when consumer got experience with your brand, they're able to give their justification and feelings about them. So these can get their decision when we do the research, okay, especially when we involve with the research, okay, of our brand. So from the research, the decision or comment by the consumer, we might give something important for us, okay, to make a decision in order to make sure that we're able to move to the Stage 4, which is concerning on developing the relationship. Relationship is not a normal relationship, but the enduring relationship that might exist between your brand and your customer. Okay, so this enduring relationship is ingredient for the brand reasoning, and achieving this enduring relationship, or what we call as a CBR, is very important for your brand to be sustained in the long term in the market. Okay? So when we're talking about CBR or consumer brand relationship, okay, among of the strongest pioneer in the CBR is by Fournier, where Fournier has proposed the definition for the CBRs is referring to the strength or enduring, okay, the connection formed between the consumer and the brand by concentrate on these 6 strong facets, okay, which I developed and transferred or a little bit make it more understanding in the form of diagram like this. Okay, so what is meant by the 6 strong facade that proposed by Fournier to reflect your CBRs is regards to first about love and patience. Okay, and CBR also we talk about self-connection, we talk about strong commitment, we talk about strong brand partner quality, we talk about intimacy, we talk about interdependence. Okay, and one of these variable of the CBR in this today's presentation, okay, I propose for the love and patience, or can be called as the brand love. Okay, and this brand love should be considered as much as important as well in the entrepreneurship context, right? Because why? Most problem of the SMEs context, okay, the problem is regard to the strategic customer related problem, okay, plus the lack of financial resources, of course. But in solving this customer related problem, okay, the introducing of the brand love, okay, is very important to avoid what we call as a brand hate. Okay, because brand hate now is going to be much important concept, okay, much important concentration, okay, by the branding pioneers, okay, to be looked as one of the elements that we or that the companies or entrepreneurs should consolidate. Okay, so when we're talking about the brand love relationship, we are actually talking about the enduring relationship, deep and enduring, okay, beyond simple fact, okay, such that the brand love is considered irreplaceable. Okay, so the distinction of brand love is compared to other relationship in CBR, for example, self-connection, commitment, brand partner quality, intimacy, and interdependence. Okay, is regard to maintain the relationship with the brand for psychology or functional reason and effective reason. Because when we have a love, okay, towards something, we will able to want to trust and commit that. Okay, so this is why the brand love element is much important, okay, to be developed first, right, and then followed by the others construct of the CBR. It's okay. Okay, so this is the brand love dimension. We have patience, we have affection, okay, and then we have duration, memory, stream, uniqueness, intimacy, pleasure, and idealization. So why does brand love matter? Because one of it is the focus of emotional connection and the sustainable of brand loyalty that brand love can give. Okay, when you have the brand love, so the most important part of the brand love is because the existing of the emotional connection which develop to you toward with link to you towards to develop the enduring relationship between you and brand, and of course okay, able to sustain the brand loyalty. When you able to sustain the brand loyalty, okay, the sustainable of brand loyalty can lead to the achievement of brand retention. So past study has result has shared, okay, their result of the study say that 39 to 55% of the consumer define brand loyalty as having love for a brand. Okay, so loyal customer often become a brand's biggest advocates who will organically share about your company to their friends. So this is where the extension of brand retention will exist. Okay, so they also have the tendency to be less sensitive to paying premium prices because they already understand the value that comes with the brand's offering. So this is why brand love is very important to be considered. Okay, and also it's very important to make sure that the brand hate will able to be decreased, okay, in what kind of circumstances come. Right? Okay, so for the part is where the brand retention will achieve. So this is why the companies, okay, able to make sure their brand can be competitive or remain strong in the market for a long time. Okay. Others, brand love also open up for the demographic characteristic impact. All right, instead of course they will enhance or they will influence the development of the brand equity, but brand love also will have the demographic characteristic impact with the existing of the gender type traits, okay, which call masculine brand versus feminine brands, and also look at the traditional luxuries versus neo luxuries. Okay, so when it's regard to these demographic characteristic impact, right, so this where the appearance of brand love is very, very important. To see that now a traditional luxury brand, for example, has been defined as a high quality, expensive and non-essential products and services that appear to be rare, exclusive, prestigious and authentic, and offer high level of symbolic and emotional or hedonic values through customer experience. This is where the premium experience will exist. So that's why you will see that the high brand, okay, for example, the premium brands such as Chanel, Ferrari, Rolex, LV, Prada, Hermes, they have their own target market, which is regard to their own premium target market customers. Okay, and also for the new luxury, it's not bad actually also as well. New luxury is defined as a products and services that possess higher level of quality, taste and experience than other goods in the category, but are not so expensive as to be out of reach, but still it can be called as a premium customer as well. For example, the customer that able to buy the brands such as Kate Spade, Michael Kors, Apple, Tesla, Ralph Lauren, and as well as Calvin Klein. Okay, so they also have their own premium target customer. Okay, to make sure that their brand will be able to become customers' high priority. Okay, so to make sure that the brand love is very important for them to manage. Okay, I mean for the companies or entrepreneurs to manage. Right? Okay, so other significant outcomes of brand love is, okay, they able to develop the word of mouth, okay, by the customer as mentioned previously, resistant to negative information about brands, all right, and high brand commitment, active engagement, willingness to pay premium prices, forgiveness of brand failures, purchase intention, means that positive purchase intention, and also positive trust development. Okay, all right. the most important part is where brand love is predicted to able to avoid the brand hate. Okay, so when we're talking about the brand hate, this is a very new brand element that it might be right now in the situation now. Okay, as becoming an important variables to be managed by the companies, because the impact of the brand hate is very, very dangerous. Okay, so talking about the hate has been researched in multiple disciplines, including psychology, social psychology, and marketing. So brand hate actually is defined as a psychological state in which a consumer form an intense negative emotion and hatred toward a brand, a hatred that reveals itself with anti-branding activities. So this is very dangerous about the brand hate, which is not now need to be more focused, okay, for the entrepreneurs actually, right? So most of the studies in CBR consider and brand it as an overall measure of negative customer experience. So these indicate that brand experience may not necessarily be a positive concept. So when the customer have negative feeling, have negative justification about your brand, this will disturbing for you to achieve the stage 4 in the as regard to the Keras model, Keras CBBE model, pyramid, or Keras pyramid model. So this will disturbing for the companies or entrepreneur to achieve the brand relationship or CBR, right, in the last stage of achieving the brand resonance. So this is why brand hate need to be properly managed, and the most important variables that might be able to manage these brand hate is brand love inspiring. Okay, so in CBR, brand hate is defined as a strong opposition to brands. All right, strong opposition to brands. And brand hate also reflect the negative brand related emotion which contribute to such as consumer complaint, brand switching, negative word of mouth, protests, okay, patronage reduction, brand avoidance, brand retaliation, brand switching, okay, and so forth. Okay, this is among of the example of the impact of the brand hate if it exists to your brand. And I'm also sharing the brand hate measurement items so in this. Okay, and last and but not least, this is my model or the future model, which regards to taking consideration the brand love, okay, the role of brand love, and decrease or resistance to the brand hate, okay, to the brand hate. So in this brand love model, I propose for 2 dimensions, affection and passion, where affection also they have a measurement, similar goes with the passion. Right. So my conclusion here is CBR signify the customers feel that they are in sync with the brand. Among of important relational concern in CBR is brand love, and the investigation and exploration of brand love and avoiding the brand hate become critical. Brand hate nowadays are among of major shift in consumer behavior around the world. So companies become more susceptible to brand hate when they fail to meet community expectation or not consider what consumers and the society care for. So in case actual performance fails to meet the expectation, consumers tend to form severe negative feelings toward the brands. Hence, investigate and exploring the strategies that avoiding the brand hate as well as outcome of brand hate is vital. So in fact, the expansion role of brand hate in digital branding as well, or other internet-based technology remark this critical brand strategy for the companies or entrepreneurs brand sustainable achievement. Okay, so that's the end of my speech today, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Noor Hasmini. Would you like to add something?
Hi, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, okay.
Welcome to the conference.
So that's the ending of my presentation just now as a keynote speaker today. But before I move on, so I would like to say thank you very much to the Eurasia Research, especially for Professor Charles, okay, for inviting me in today's international conference as a keynote speaker. So thank you very much, Prof. Charles, for helping me much, okay, on this live conference preparation. Thank you. So for these, the G's of the brand love, what I want to add more is in entrepreneurship, is still lacking of research toward to search, okay, the impact of CBR on the focusing on the brand love toward brand hate, and it's not even brand hate, okay, it's even a lot of element, okay, such as in terms of how you want to developing the strong connection or the factors the factors that are able to build the enduring relationships such as CBR, and also in terms of the digitalization also is very important to taking care of this element of the CPR, especially on the brand love, because right now, if you are, because nowadays, the situation is where the customer is very sensitive, okay, because they have a lot of information to do the comparison to the brand itself. And then if we are not manage the brand hate, especially, is very, very much dangerous. Especially when you go with the digitalization branding context. So this element of the brand hate is very sensitive and you need to properly manage it. So that's all what I, additional to what I'm going to say about the feature of these brand hate and brand love research. But for any of the questions, I would like to welcome most for any question. If I able to answer your question by today, I will. But if not, I will send might be the problem or might be the answer through emails or any of the connection that I can reach you. Okay, if I'm not able to solve your questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation, and we will await your. Thank you so much.
All right.
If anyone has any questions, please leave them in the chat section, and Professor Noor will answer you over there. Thank you again. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next keynote speaker is Moya Santiago, PhD in Education Department of Culture, Communication and Media Institute of Education, University College London from United Kingdom. Her topic is Critical Pedagogy in Public Schools in Chile, a multimodal, ethnographic, informed study of rural and urban public schools, teachers' pedagogy, and the links between pedagogical practices and students' critical thinking. Paulina Moya Santiago is a doctoral candidate in education at the UCL Center for Applied Linguistics at the UCL Institute of Education. She is an EL teacher and she holds a CASOL MA from the UCL Institute of Education. In Chile, she was a public school teacher for 13 years. Also, she has been a university lecturer for 15 years, working at prestigious private and public universities in Chile and in the UK teaching EAP, educational policy, Hispanic languages culture, second language learning, methodology, and general linguistics, among others. Additionally, she is an associate postgraduate lecturer at Andres Bello University, where the where she leads the methodology and creativity to module for the MA in PEFL. Currently, she works as a postgraduate teaching assistant for the Culture, Communication and Media Department at UCL. She also works as a Spanish tutor at the University of Warwick in the Hispanic Studies Department. Her doctoral research is a multimodal ethnographic informed study which aims to explore and elucidate what makes some Chilean public school students highly politicized and so committed to social struggles, and whether there is a link between this commitment and the pedagogy applied by their teachers. Moving on to her presentation.
Purpose for this study was gathered through semi-structured interviews. Hello everyone, thank you for joining me today in this session. Thank you for inviting me to all the organizing committee. So my name is Paulina Moya Santiagos. I'm doing my PhD in Education and Social Linguistics at the University College London, the Institute of Education. I'm in my 4th year. So I'm going to present just a brush of what's going on with my findings and regarding my study that has to do with critical pedagogy and school politicization. And I will give you some insights and preliminary interpretations of 2 Chilean public schools. Okay. So before starting, I'd like to give you a summary of my presentation in order to contextualize the information that I will show you, and because it explains a bit the pictures, extracts from interviews that I will analyze with you in this presentation. So this contribution provides a summary of initial insights obtained from a research endeavor exploring factors contributing to politicization and social commitment among Chilean public school students, and also investigating the potential connection or link to teacher pedagogy. So the data corpus for this study was gathered through semi-structured interviews with 12 graders in public schools, their teachers, head teachers, as well as classroom observations and visual materials such as school murals, classroom posters, and canvases. So drawing upon a multimodal ethnographic approach, informed by sociocultural theory, this study critically analyzes the ways in which 2 public schools, one located in the capital city in Santiago, I will show you a map after this, and the other in a small town in a neglected area in the south of Chile. So we are going to talk about how these schools, different in many ways, have resisted national injustice and seek social justice. So this study argues that certain students in these schools might have developed a sense of class consciousness and critical thinking, which they express both within and outside the classroom. So by exploring the sociocultural factors that contribute to students' critical awareness and political commitment, the findings shed light on 4 key aspects. Firstly, students utilize the public space of their schools as a platform to express their perceptions of the educational system, their views on social justice, and their admiration for influential political figures who have shaped their perspectives. Secondly, students perceive the teachers as influential when they generally display interest in their individual needs, provide them with time to discuss contextual issues around the lesson topic, allow them to express their views and concerns, and finally encourage them to go beyond the lesson plan. This is more than just encouraging them to think outside the box, because it has to do with help them or give them tools in order to develop themselves as active citizens with the right to vote, among other things. Thirdly, there are differences in how students and teachers from these two schools perceive and experience resistance, with a particular focus on contextual and geographical factors, such as, for example, the importance they place on feminist practices, inclusion, diversity, and school infrastructure. Please remember that these schools are very far away from each other, so of course that the geographical features are important for them. Furthermore, there are variations in the visual representation of social injustice in the schools through different quotes, paintings, murals, and portraits of local and global figures. Fourthly, all teachers in this study who were mentioned by the interviewed students were considered influential in their social commitment. All these teachers align with Freirean principles, considering themselves or positioning themselves as political agents and critical pedagogues. Also, they do not conceal their political identities from their students. In the same vein, teachers engage students in critical discussions and analysis of social issues, encouraging them to question the status quo and explore alternative perspectives on social policies, while encouraging the students to critically examine their impact on their or other marginalized communities. Additionally, teachers agree on the importance of the head teacher's role and support in enable them to teach with freedom of speech. So these findings highlight the co-construction of practices and knowledge influenced not only by teachers, but also by the physical space and the wider community in which each school is situated. Moreover, despite differences in the manifestation of resistance and class consciousness among students, the underlying foundation or the bedrock remains the same: social injustice. Ultimately, these critical reflections and interpretations can inform teacher education movements or teachers acting as political agents by empowering students to critically engage with issues about society, could foster democratic values and nurture their capacity to create positive social change, which is one of the foundations or the main interest of critical pedagogy. So, as I said, there were two research sites involved in this study. The first one here in Santiago, the capital city, and the other here in the south, in Lota. That's the name of the community. So, according to the media and according to national records, these schools are very popular for their activism in terms of student movements or political participation in marches, for example. However, these institutions do not have a record of high academic performance. So, what did I do? Well, I conducted interviews with 12th graders, but also with the teachers, but I did not select the teachers. The very same students who were interviewed told me the teachers that consider it influential in their view on education or societal issues. So I would interview those teachers, okay? And also I interviewed the head teachers of both schools. I observed some classroom lessons, and also I took pictures, I record videos, and I wrote a lot of field notes in order to nuance the findings of my study. So these are some pictures from the first research site. This is a public school in Santiago. So as you may see, you can see like international figures like Paulo Freire, which is the most popular face and the main creator of this critical pedagogy inside. Also the Guernica, which also indicates a picture of struggle, of social struggle, and some canvases. Again, we have Malala, right? International symbols of different ideologies, right? This is a symbol from Mexican culture. As you can see, the students feel free to hang some canvases making reference to violated childhoods in these centers for children, like in prison children. Also in this site, students participate and engage each other in mental health activities like sharing or exchanging support messages. So now the research site 2 is located in a neglected area in the southernmost part of Chile. This is in Lota. So as you can see, it's very small, a bit polluted. This is the school, okay? I just named the school Liceo BBB. Liceo in Spanish or in Chile means public school. So the first thing that you see in this school is a sign which reads, "Here we educate for peace." And why? Because in this community in Lota, there's a lot of struggle, and it is associated with narco gangs. So it's easy or very common to see students fighting with guns or a lot of social unrest in that area. These are the surroundings. And Lota has a lot of history in terms of labor unionism. It is here where the first union for as a symbol for the labor fight was created. These are the surroundings of the second research site too. Again, we have a poster making reference to this prison for children. It's very neglected. This is the school. They are voting to elect the Central Committee of Students. This is inside the school, so we can see local figures in comparison to the other school, which they portray international and predominant figures. In this school, they are centered more on local people or in local situations like the labor unionism, the miners. This is a mining zone. Students, it says the future is in our hands. Here we have Salvador Allende, portrayed the socialist president who was killed during the dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet in Chile. Indigenous peoples, also students, a pigeon representing peace. Violeta Parra, a national symbol of songwriting. Okay, so in order to finish my presentation, I like to show you very briefly these quotes from conversations with teachers from both sides. I will not read them, so you can pause the presentation and read the whole extracts. But the important thing is that teachers see the school as a physical space for contesting. So what is interesting is that what teachers in Santiago, the capital city, contest has to do with national public policies in terms of, I don't know, salaries, or in terms of feminist practices or students' diversity. However, what teachers contest in the second research site in the south has to do with infrastructure, because they have a lot of leaks in their classroom. They don't have computers, they don't even have internet. They also contest the system in the way that they want to avoid students to desert the school, because many students leave the school to work, I don't know, because they don't have enough money in the families to afford the expenses, so they find the need to provide, right? So conversations with students highlight the importance of for them that teachers contextualize what they're learning, but not only in terms of the content of the lesson, but also in national issues. I don't know, some pieces of news that they would read on the newspaper, or something that would appear in the morning shows. So they value the importance that teachers place on those things, and that students feel comfortable when they ask the teachers about some particular topic, and they would give them the opportunity to discuss in the classroom. So for students, the use of murals and visuals is important. It's more important for the students in Santiago because they actively participate in the creation of this visual language, right? But in Lota, it's less important because it's basically the Lotas community, the one in charge of the murals of the school, is the municipality, the county, not just them. In Santiago, it's only the students. So in order to move on, teachers see themselves as political agents, either in a good or a bad way, because even if teachers mention that even if they are silent or even if they don't speak out in favor or against certain justice, they are positioning themselves, so they see themselves as political agents, whether they are affiliated to a political party or not. So the preliminary interpretations are the findings that we discussed in this at the beginning of this presentation. So the important thing is that the school is perceived as a safe space. We can argue that the teacher's role is highly important to shape students' perspectives on social issues or on the view that they have on education. The artistic visual language does not go unnoticed, and definitely it has to do the pedagogy that teachers applied with the social commitment of students, which this does not necessarily have to do with teachers' subscription to a political party, but to the ideology that they have regarding the state, or how education is managed, or how the situation in the country is carried out. And also, teachers do believe that there's a relationship between their pedagogy and the students, so they feel that they have a responsibility, a sense of responsibility, to prepare their lessons, but also to be open to new topics and to give students a voice in order to respect each other's perspectives, arguments, but of course supported arguments. And they feel the need to save time within these lessons, because they know that students will have questions, or that will set some topics that they will have to address, but not by themselves, because they are just mediators, because they allow the students to solve or search for information regarding certain topics. So finally, although these sites resist in different ways, or are interested in discussing different topics, more global, more local, the bedrock remains the same, because we can find it within the foundations of social injustice. So that's why teachers and students align, or they work together in order to democratize the school and to act accordingly in terms of improve Chilean society, not only in education, but as a whole. So thank you very much. This has been my presentation, and I know that I've spoken a lot. So please send me an email or reach out to me if you have further questions. It has been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moya. So Professor Paulina was unable to join us as there was a great time difference over there in London. She will be joining us later in the conference. If you have any questions regarding her presentation, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Next, we have our team activity and photo session. Let's proceed towards our team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with fellow participants of the conference. This team activity is to encourage interaction among all the participants. One by one, we will share the views and solutions on the topic of discussion, and also we will be conducting a photo session during the same. I would request all of you to please switch on your cameras and turn on your mics. The topic of discussion for today is multitasking better or worse? We have a small video to introduce this topic. The video credits goes to BBC Ideas.
With life getting more demanding and hectic all the time, it seems there's only one way to cope: multitasking. Gurus and life hackers make a living telling us how to get better at it. But can we actually multitask? The term was first used in the 60s to describe computer performance. The human brain, though, is not a computer, and human attention is a very limited resource. Some psychologists model visual attention as being like a spotlight. It can only be shone in one direction at any one time. Our primary focus, what we're paying most attention to, is like the brightly lit area in the center of the beam. It can also be understood as being like a zoom lens. We can choose to narrow our focus to concentrate in detail, or widen it to be aware of more things simultaneously. But we can't be zoomed in and out at the same time. Even though we're constantly receiving a huge amount of information from our senses, it's only possible for a small amount to make it through to conscious awareness. Watch the next section very carefully and pay particular attention to how many balls bounce in the circle. How many can you count? 7, right? But did you also notice that little dinosaur? What about the changing shape of the circle? Or the smiley face on one of the balls? This shows just how powerful focused attention is. Being able to filter out irrelevant detail is an amazingly useful tool, but it means we can miss things that are right under our noses, an effect known as inattention blindness. You can see this very clearly in the famous invisible gorilla experiment. When asked to concentrate exclusively on how often basketball players in white pass the ball, most people completely miss the gorilla walking across the screen and beating his chest. We just don't have the capacity to process everything at once. This is a particular problem when we try to multitask. We can switch attention from one task to another and back again. But when attention is overloaded, we miss things. And the result is nearly always that we perform tasks less well than we would doing them one at a time. It's only truly possible to do two things at once if they require different sets of cognitive resources. For example, it's totally possible to read a book and listen to music at the same time, which would suggest that driving while talking on the phone is not a problem, as long as it's a hands-free phone. It's not that simple, though. Research has shown that while talking on the phone, we have a tendency to create mental images, and this uses the same visual resources needed for driving. And if visual resources become too stretched, it's perfectly possible for a driver to look directly at a hazard, but, just like with that little dinosaur, fail to see it. Not everything will make it through to conscious awareness. So multitasking makes us at best inefficient, and at worst, downright dangerous. If you're feeling like you should be doing 17 things at once, remember, that's just not the way your brain is wired.
Okay. So moving on with the discussion now, I would request all of you to please turn on your cameras and switch on your mics. Okay, thank you. We'll start with Professor Noor Hasmini. Would you like to share your views?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Peggy, isn't it? Your name is Peggy, isn't it?
Yeah, Neha.
Okay, Neha, sorry, Neha. Okay. So basically, from my opinion, every person, I mean, everyone in this world actually facing with the multitasking when you go for a job, and even as you're a student. So the thing is whether you can able to balance it or not. Like me, I'm also involved with the multitasking, because when you as a lecturer, you're facing with a lot of responsibility to do. It's not just facing with the student, giving them knowledge, but you also have to, present your ideas to doing by your research, because one of our tasks is doing the research and consultation. So the research research project might be faced with the 3 to 4 project a year. So this also will be involved in our data. So if we don't put it, it might be we cannot end at our result properly. So what I think is multitasking is a good, because if you just concentrate on one task in a day, so might be it might be not saving your time, and you might be dragging for something that not become efficient. But when you go with the multitasking, what I do is I will properly, schedule up, and then goes with what is the priority most to finish or submit first. So when you're able to schedule these things, so reducing the multitasking that you face simultaneously, when you're able to properly schedule it, I think multitasking is able to be reduced. So that's my opinion.
Thank you for sharing your views, Professor.
Right. Okay.
Moving on, Ramachandran. Sir, would you like to share your views?
No, I think multitasking is an essential part of life, and it's there in day-to-day activities, right from pretty much when you're born. But the one thing I've noticed is that with the passage of time, as you get older and older, the brain finds it more and more difficult to multitask. And especially when you get to the senior stage like me, I'm finding now that I prefer single tasking to multitasking, because it's getting harder and harder to remember. I start out a message and then I get distracted to something else. And after a few days, I come back and find that I started the message and never sent it. So multitasking is an essential part of life. How you can maintain it with age is challenging. So accordingly, you have to fine-tune your ability as you get older. And that's what I'd like to add.
Thank you so much for your views. Charming, would you like to add something?
Yes, I would like to add something. So I think that the effectivity of multitasking is actually based on how it's used. So if we want to accomplish things that are that have less quality or have less detail, we can surely use multitasking. For example, we can work out or run while also listening to music. So we achieve two things at the same time. However, if we want to have a more focus on the details and the quality of our work, I would agree that we have to do a single task at a time. So we should also take into consideration the extent or the number of tasks that we will multitask. For example, in the video, we should take into account that when driving, it is a matter of life and death. That is why we shouldn't multitask. But when it comes to more passive activities that are very simple and easy to do and doesn't really have a lot of consequences, we can surely multitask so that we can achieve things easier and in a shorter amount of time. That's all.
Thank you so much for sharing your opinion. Shi Chang Huang, Ji Hui Lan, would you like to add something?
Hi.
Hello.
Yes. Regarding myself, multitasking, in my experience, I used to believe that multitasking was the way to go, but now I'm not so sure. Trying to handle too many things at once disrupt my focus, and in the end, nothing gets done properly. Multitasking might work for simple tasks like checking emails while having lunch, but for more complicated tasks, I need to be fully focused and give them the attention they deserve. I used to brag about how being multitask, but now I prioritize quality over quantity. It's much more satisfying to excel at one thing rather than juggling 10 things at once. I suppose it varies from person to person. Some may be multitasking experts, but for me, staying focused on one task at a time is the key. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji Hui Lan. Nadira, would you like to add something?
Yes, for me, the effectiveness of multitasking depends on the individual and the task also. So for some people, multitasking may enhance productivity, efficiency, especially for those who handling simple or the routine tasks. But however, for more complex or complicated tasks, which demanding activities, they have to focusing on one task at a time. So I think it's better result and reduce errors. So, well, yeah, depends on individual and depends on activities.
Thank you so much for sharing your opinion. Angit, Najwa, would you like to add something? Chiara?
Yes, I actually would want to add something. First of all, I'm sorry, it seems that I cannot open my camera due to unstable connection and my current location does not have such good lighting. So in my opinion, actually, multitasking depends on the situation at hand. If the activities that are given to us are activities that are simple and don't require a lot of effort to do, I think multitasking could be one of the most effective ways to do the task in a short time. However, if the activities are heavy ones and require a lot of focus and effort, then multitasking would not be the right choice to do it. And of course, there are several pros and cons to multitasking. The pros itself, it can increase our productivity because it can allow us doing several tasks and activities at the same time. It could be more time efficient, which will save us more time because we can divide our task and do it alternately little by little. And it can also increase our capability to adapt to certain situations. And we can also learn how to act fast and do our task quickly and in a short period of time. However, for the cons itself, by doing multitasking, it can actually decrease the level of focus that we have since we have multiple tasks to do, and then the focus level will also be divided and it might affect the result of the task. It can also drain our energy too because we divide our attention and action to lots of things and lots of tasks. Therefore, our energy will also be drained and we won't be able to do our task efficiently. And it can also increase our stress level since we will have to put more effort into thinking. So therefore, it could also affect our mental and also increase the level of stress since there are lots of things to think about. So therefore, in my opinion, I think multitasking can both be better or worse depending on the burden level of our task and assignments. If the tasks are simple and possible to be done in a short time, multitasking can be better. While if the tasks are heavy and needs a high level focus span and effort, therefore multitasking will make it worse. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Riara. Thank you so much for sharing your opinions. Kumar Neeraj Sachdev, would you like to add something? Anantita Azra, would you like to share your opinion? All right, that's it. Thank you all for actively participating in the team activity. Moving on with the conference now. Apologies for the delay, just a second. So now our technical session will be starting. Our first presenter for the day is Ting Ying Lo, Department of Child Development and Family Studies, University of Zhu Hualien from Taiwan. His topic is the process of developing indigenous culture integrated mathematics remedial teaching modules for elementary school low achieving indigenous students in Taiwan. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving on to his presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Ting Ro. I'm teaching in the Department of Child Development and Family Studies, Tzu University, Taiwan. Today, I will be happy to share my study with you. My study title is The Process of the Developing Indigenous Culture Integrated Mathematical Remedial Teaching Modules for Elementary School Low Achieving Indigenous Students in Taiwan. 1. Introduction. In recent years, Taiwan government has actively and continuously implemented education interventions to offer assistance to the disadvantaged and promote the cultural advantages of the indigenous group, which echoes the development trend of world education, where multiculturalism is valued. 1.1 Research Objectives. The principal objectives of the study were as follows. 1.1.1 To recording in progress. An activity theory to analyze the difficulties of low-achieving indigenous students in mathematics. 1.1.2 To develop an indigenous culture integrated mathematical remedial teaching module to address their difficulties. 2. Literature. A civic one show based on the intermediary action triangle of subject, tool, and outcome by Vygotsky and Angstrom, 1987. This triangle acted 3 elements: rule, community, and division of labor, called the activity model, taken from Dennis 21. This model explains that the subject uses mediatory tools, rules, and division of labor to interact with the community, generating a percept of the goal and affecting the outcome. 3. Research methodology. 3.1 Participants. 3.1.1 This study applied the case study method. 3.1.2 12 low achieving fourth and fifth grade indigenous students, 8 boys and 4 girls, in the Trouble Mountain Elementary School, Sweden. The school is located in the Troubles, where 90% of Telugu people, the kind of the 16 indigenous people in Taiwan. 3.1.3 The students failed to pass the mathematical basic competence test of the Ministry of Education. 3.2 Research tool. The research tool include teaching videos, teaching materials, a mathematical module, reflection logs, and outlines of teacher and student interviews. 3.3 Data process and analysis. This study applied the template analysis style by John 2010. In addition, this study adopted the triangulation method. The writers invited 2 senior students who completed independent qualitative research to discuss the inconsistency and obtain a consensus. 4. Results. 4.1 Mathematical resistance and learning difficulties of low achieving students. Analysis. Students' resistance and learning difficulties from activity theory model lies in material tools, psychological tools, division of labor, and rule. 4.2 The mathematical remedial teaching module. 4.2.1 A mathematical remedial teaching module called Come, Let's Go Hunting. 4.2.2 The remedial teaching goal was aimed at strengthening the students' arithmetical operational skills and the basic concept of fractions. Subsequently, 3 units were designed with the math concepts relevant to the rule hunting, showing foot, and musical culture. For resistance 1, the major total variable representation strategies. For resistance 2, the major was based on the peer tutoring model involving the dual methods, who were college students and high-achieving indigenous students, to cooperate in guiding the low-achieving students to solve problems. For resistance 3, the peer tutoring model stressed the equal rights exit between mentors and mentees. For resistance 4, the module integrate integers culture into the mathematical problem-solving task, creating a friendly and I can contribute to the team learning atmosphere. 4.3 Teaching process. 4.3.1 Introducing the ancient and modern hunter spirit, arousing similar experience to promote mathematical learning. 4.3.2 Design proper solving tasks in real-life situations and teaching peers to practice multiple representation strategies to solve math problems. 4.3.3 Providing an opportunity to present problem-solve strategies, allowing the low-achieving indigenous students to gain achievement. 4.4.1 Low-achieving indigenous students learning factor. 4.4.1 As Figure 2 shows, 7 low-achieving indigenous students, 15.3%, improve the ability of arithmetical operations through teaching. 4.4.2 The teaching effect of peer tutoring. The double guiding strategy could enable the high-achieving and low-achieving indigenous students to practice more multiple representation strategies. 4.4.3 The learning effect of the audio presentation. The achieving students in math. 15% were not only brave to present on stage, but they also climbing answered the teaching and peering questions. 5. Conclusion. This study analyzes the difficulty of low-achieving indigenous students through the activity theory. It further developed a remedial teaching module to address this problem and integrate indigenous culture into mathematical concepts to improve the students' mathematical operation ability and the basic concept of fractions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ting Ying Lo, for your presentation. Ting was unable to join us due to some reasons. If you have any questions regarding her presentation, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Ramachandran Gopalan, Software Engineering, Argosoft India Limited, Gandhinagar, Gujarat in India. His topic is Comprehensive K-12 School Management System. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving on to his presentation.
Introducing Argosoft's Advanced K-12 Administration System, a comprehensive, customizable, configurable solution tailored to meet the unique needs of educational institutions. It streamlines admissions and fee management and also supports the entire student lifecycle, promoting a conducive digital transformation of the school management. Our system's efficiency stems from its utilization of a cutting-edge low-code framework. This technology allows us to develop applications in a fraction of the time compared to the traditional methods, resulting in faster delivery and cost-effectiveness. Leveraging the low-code platform, we offer a wide range of pre-developed functionalities that can be easily customized to meet the specific needs of each educational institution, enabling us to swiftly integrate the new functionalities without extensive rework or delays. Experience the wonders of our visual workflow design system. With a user-friendly drag-and-drop user interface, creating, modifying, and updating intricate workflows becomes effortless. Being a low-code platform, this hence eliminates the need for coding. Our robust workflow engine ensures quick and easy execution, allowing us to complete our work in hours instead of days, boosting the productivity and streamlining processes. We have preset modules for admission management, student lifecycle, class attendance, class schedules, campus management, financial aid management, ledgers and balance sheets, sponsor management, fee management, receiving payments, as well as report generation. Our comprehensive solution presents a powerhouse for effective organization management that provides a wide range of advanced features that require minimal coding. With a user-friendly interface and intuitive configuration options, one can effortlessly customize components to suit their specific needs. The dynamic dashboarding delivers real-time insights and visualizations, facilitating swift and informed decision-making. Generating multiple customizable reports allows selecting data points and presentation styles tailored to preferences. Flexible service and entity configuration align with your organization's unique structure and workflows, ensuring seamless integration with existing processes. Notably, intelligent process automation employs advanced algorithms and smart workflows to automate repetitive and manual work, saving us valuable time and resources and minimizing errors. This enhances overall efficiency, enabling teams to focus on strategic initiatives. The system is enhanced with several benefits. For example, it understands what you exactly need. It takes shortest time to the market. It is stable, consistent, and a robust framework. It is versatile and flexible and has a lower cost of ownership. The main point that must be highlighted here is the easier maintenance and high productivity that leads to improved monitoring and decision making. Some notable features of this system are that it is a visual modeler that provides role-based accessibility, also allows you to identify management and organizational hierarchy. It has state-of-the-art document manager and key performance indicators are also visible. Apart from this, you can also see alerts, notifications, reminders, and you can also access form modeling. The report manager is also customized as per your needs. Our solution offers a robust role-based access management system, also known as RBAC, to enhance security and control. Through RBAC, users can be assigned specific permissions and privileges based on their roles. This ensures data integrity, prevents unauthorized access, and minimizes security risk. The document manager efficiently centralizes and streamlines the organization's important documents. It securely stores, organizes, and retrieves files from a centralized repository, supporting various formats like reports, contracts, and certificates. Access controls enable authorized personnel to view, edit, or share specific files, ensuring data security. This solution provides effortless management of reports and dashboards, enabling parents and educators to monitor a child's progress comprehensively. The seamless integration of data analysis tools allows for the generation of valuable insights from various student data, empowering management to make informed and data-driven decisions. Our user-friendly interface allows easy access to comprehensive reports and dashboards. This offers vital metrics like academic performance and attendance. Advanced data analysis tools empower informed decision-making and provides personalized support to the students, optimizing resources and fostering a conducive learning environment for educational institutions. Here is a quick glimpse of the reports and analytics dashboard that is currently inbuilt the system. However, it may be noted that this can be customized as per the requirements of the organization for future references. This system is empowered with various features that can be leveraged for efficient learning management. These features include workflow management, intelligent process automation, web-based modeling, cloud app integration, real-time monitoring, report generation, e-signature implementation, self-documentation, debugging, and much more. In conclusion, our core offering is a customizable, low-code K-12 administration management system. What sets us apart is our innovative framework, which allows us to tailor the system precisely to your unique requirements in a significantly shorter timeline to market and at a lower cost. Our system encompasses a wide range of features designed to streamline administrative work, enhance communication, and support the entire student life cycle. From admission processes to fee management, student tracking, and intelligent process automation, it helps in many processes. But what truly sets the system apart is its ability to leverage the power of business modeler framework to quickly customize the system according to the specific requirements, ensuring its alignment with the existing structure and workflows of the organization. This means that you get a tailored solution without the prolonged development time or excessive cost associated with traditional approaches. By embracing the business modeler, we can efficiently adapt the system to accommodate changes, new requirements, and evolving educational trends. It empowers you to have a system that is not only robust and scalable, but also agile and adaptable, staying relevant in the ever-changing landscape of education. Following now is a set of screenshots that shall help you understand and get a quick overview of the system and its various features. These features are customizable as per the requirements of the organization.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Ramachandran, would you like to add something more?
No, I'd like to open it up for any questions if anybody has.
Sure. Participants, if anyone has any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Okay, moving on with the conference. Sorry, someone was saying something. No one. Okay, moving on with the conference now. Our next presenter for the day is Crystal Rathikan, Teachers Education and Leadership Studies, Youngstown State University, Youngstown, United States. Her topic is identifying challenges, perceptions, and best practices of in-service teachers during the COVID-19 pandemic. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on to her presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Todd.
Apologies. Crystal was supposed to present live. However, she was unable to join the conference due to some unavoidable reasons. Moving on in the conference. Our next presenter is Todd Hull, English, Hankook University of Foreign Studies, Seoul from South Korea. His topic is correcting students correctly, avoiding grammar misconceptions in the foreign language classroom. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving on to his presentation.
Hall, and I am an associate professor of English at Hankook University of Foreign Studies in Seoul, South Korea. The title of my presentation today is correcting students correctly, avoiding grammar misconceptions in the foreign language classroom. Grammar. Foreign language teachers, they should try to teach correct grammar, but there are misconceptions about grammar that can hinder this goal. The main misconception is that native speakers make grammar errors when using their own native language. They do not, and that will be one of the most important and recurring themes in this presentation. Native speakers do not make grammar errors when they speak their own native languages. The idea that native speakers make mistakes in their own languages, it negatively affects foreign language teaching, because when foreign language teachers try to go online and find answers to their questions, they find all kinds of conflicting information. Some people saying this is right, this is wrong, some people accusing native speakers of wrong grammar, things like that. They can't get a straight answer to their questions. So this is an idea that negatively affects foreign language teaching. The main cause of this misconception that native speakers can make grammar errors in their own language is the conflation of formal and informal style, a conflation of grammar and style, which leads to informal usage being incorrectly stigmatized as quote-unquote wrong grammar. In this presentation, I'll outline 3 major misconceptions arising from this fundamental confusion of style and grammar. That's going to be another running theme throughout this presentation, confusing style and grammar. Accusing someone talking informally of quote-unquote wrong grammar. 1, some people say that native speakers are using some words incorrectly in their own language. This is not true. I'll talk about that a little bit more later. Number 2, some people say that native speakers are using words that are actually not real words. That is also not true. As soon as a native speaker says a word, it automatically becomes a word. Number 3, the conflation of emphasis and redundancy. Sometimes there's a charge made that something is quote-unquote redundant, but actually it is not. The supposed quote-unquote redundancy is often something that is accomplishing a subtle linguistic goal. More details on that later. So I'm going to talk about this in English, but it applies to all languages. Finally, what I'll do in the knowledge of all of this, now, when we know all of this information, that native speakers do not make errors in their own language, etc., what are we supposed to do with that knowledge? What are we supposed to do as teachers? What are we supposed to tell our students to do? I will end with that. So, do native speakers make errors using their own native languages? And as I have said before, the answer is no, absolutely not. They do not. If you take a look online for information about correct grammar, you'll find statements like, quote unquote, sometimes though an error sounds more natural than the grammatically correct version. Simply, that is not correct, but it's a common misconception. So when scholars of language, not lay people, describe how native speakers use languages they were born into, they say that, and this is uncontroversial, native speakers do not make grammar errors in their own language. Now, we define native speakers as cognitively normal adult native speakers. Now, native speakers, they make slips of the tongue. They're talking too fast, they get tripped up, they have long sentences, they get a little bit tripped up on long sentences, but those are not grammar errors. Those are just slips of the tongue. So what is correct grammar? Correct grammar can be defined simply as what comes naturally from cognitively normal adult native speakers of a language. Now, grammar errors, who makes those? Native speaker children under the age of about 6, depending on the language. Non-native speakers make grammar errors, and those with cognitive impairments. Right, the main point here is conflating grammar and style, mistaking informal usage and language change for quote-unquote wrong grammar. So scholars of language are what are called descriptivists. They describe how a language is actually used, how people do talk. Non-professional lay people are often prescriptivists. They want to tell people how prescriptivists think the language should, prescriptivists think people should talk. So the two biggest mistakes that prescriptivists make are, number one, mistaking informal style for quote-unquote wrong grammar. So when somebody's just speaking informally and it sounds a little bit strange to a prescriptivist, the prescriptivist will often accuse the person of quote-unquote wrong grammar or quote-unquote grammar errors. And number two, seeing natural language change as grammar errors. So when something new happens in a language, prescriptivists will often stigmatize that as a quote-unquote error, and of course that is not correct. Language changes. As I mentioned before, 3 common misconceptions about grammar will be addressed here. Number one, the idea that some native speakers are using some words incorrectly. Number two, native speakers using words that are purported not to be real words. And number 3, the conflation of emphasis and redundancy. I'm just going to give a few examples here, but if you look at the published article in the journal, you can find many more examples and much more detail. So, do native speakers use some words incorrectly in their own language? And of course the answer is no, they do not. Here's an example. Some native speakers use literally to mean figuratively. To say, they might say something like, I was literally starving to death while waiting for you at the restaurant. Well, of course, no, they were not literally starving to death. So because they were not actually starving to death, they weren't actually on the brink of death, prescriptivists will often say this is a solecism. They'll say, no, this is quote-unquote wrong grammar. In fact, in formal contests, using literally to mean figuratively would not be used as a stylistic choice, but is 100% grammatically correct. So if you're writing in a journal for the news media for a speech in a formal context, you wouldn't use literally to mean figuratively, but it's a style choice. It is not a grammatical issue. Using literally to mean figuratively is 100% grammatically correct. What about language evolution? Well, words change over time. Silly once meant blessed. Now it does not. Language changes. Literally can now also mean figuratively. Language changes. It is not quote-unquote wrong to use literally to mean figuratively. So do native speakers use some words that are quote-unquote not real words? No, they do not. For example, is irregardless a word? Yes, it is a real word, but of course, careful users of language do not use that word in formal contexts, usually not in informal ones either. But the main thing to know is that it is a real word. Now, irregardless, it's not a good stylistic choice. It sounds terrible, it's ugly, I would never use it, I would never advocate that anybody uses it, but it is not a word, and it is not quote-unquote wrong grammar. I would advise against it, but I would never denigrate anyone for that. I would never castigate anyone for using it. I would never deny someone admission into university for using it. It's just not stylistically popular, and for good reason, I think, but it is not quote-unquote wrong grammar. Redundancy. Here is one thing that prescriptivists often talk about. They often incorrectly stigmatize redundancy. One example is conflating redundancy with emphasis. So, for example, sometimes at is flagged redundant as redundant in utterances like where we are at. Here, at is said to be redundant because saying where we are already states our position, so we don't need to say at because we already know our position. This is wrong. Here, prescriptivists are conflating emphasis with redundancy. At in utterances like this is where we are at in this process emphasizes certain and subtle aspects of an utterance. The at here emphasizes that we are only temporarily at a certain point, but will progress to another level in the future. It also emphasizes a starker contrast between where we are coming from, our origin, and where we are headed, the destination. So leaving the at out loses this linguistic subtlety. And that is a point that prescriptivists who stigmatize at, in this case, as quote-unquote redundant, they are wrong on that case there. They don't understand the deep linguistic implications of it. So these redundancies are mistakenly flagged by prescriptivists. Oh, now we know all this. Native speakers don't make errors in language. So since native speakers don't use errors, should we just throw standards out? Should we have standards? Should we just drop all standards, just throw standards to the wind and just tell everybody that they can talk and write any way that they want to? Well, no. We should have standards, but the standards should advocate for stylistic preferences. They should not be standards that are denigrating purported quote-unquote wrong grammar. So yes, we should have standards, but those should be voluntary stylistic preferences. So what should these standards look like? Well, they should be for formal communication only. They should not police everyday informal language. An analogy is one might wear jeans and a t-shirt to a softball game on Saturday morning and a tuxedo to a black tie event on Saturday night. Both are exactly appropriate for the context in which they are worn. There are no quote-unquote errors in wearing jeans and a t-shirt at the softball game. Those are not quote-unquote wrong attire. Just because jeans and a t-shirt are informal does not mean that they are quote-unquote wrong. Scholars advocate informal language in informal contexts and formal language in formal contexts. So, wear jeans and a t-shirt to the softball game and a tuxedo to the black tie event. So those are the standards. Now, what should we do? What should we tell our students to do? And what should we do and what should we tell our students to do? Well, so should we just tell the students, just do anything you want? You know the truth now. All those prescriptivists, they don't know what they're talking about. You do know what you're talking about, so you can just do whatever you want? No, we can't say that to them, not usually. And this is especially true in formal communication. When students are writing resumes or college applications, it's very important that teachers should tell students to follow the common conventions, follow the prescriptivist rules. Because those prescriptivists, yes, they might not know about language, they may not be well versed in linguistics, they may not know what they're talking about with language, but they have real power over people. So when students are doing things like applying for college or jobs, they should absolutely follow those rules, even when those rules are false. We should never jeopardize our students' ability to get into college or get a job. So teach students about prescriptivist misconceptions, but make sure students follow the prescriptivist quote-unquote rules when doing things like applying for university or jobs. Conclusion. Cognitively normal adult native speakers do not make grammar errors in their own languages. They just don't. Stylistically unpopular usage is not quote-unquote wrong. Native speakers do not use words incorrectly. There is no such thing as words that are quote-unquote not words. Many instances of purported redundancy are instead subtle linguistic intensifiers without which the utterance would lose its subtle meaning. So, formal language should be used in formal discourse, but only as a style choice, not as something viewed as quote-unquote more grammatically correct. Very important standards for formal expression would be advocated for, but under no circumstances should anyone ever be stigmatized, belittled, chided, criticized, castigated, condemned, canceled, or even gently corrected based upon their language usage in informal contexts. Again, we have to remember it is necessary to follow the existing conventions and prescriptivist quote-unquote rules in areas that really affect people's lives, such as applications for education or jobs. And finally, thank you very much.
Thank you, Todd Hill, for your informative presentation. Todd was unable to join today. If you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Eti Ponkorini Pamun Kasari, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Sebelas Maret from Indonesia. His topic is online learning for medical students. How are the implementation and effectiveness? You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving on to his presentation.
Good morning, good afternoon for everyone. My name is Eti Poncorini Pamukasari from Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta, Indonesia. In this opportunity, I will deliver my presentation about online learning for medical students, how are the implementation and effectiveness. Our member research teams are Atik Maftuhah, Bulan Kakanita Hemasari, Fitri Widyaningsih, Adaninggar Angesti Laras, and Ari Probrandari from Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. We collaborate with Institute of Tropical Medicine Antwerp, Susan Dirk, and Maria Zolfo. During pandemic COVID-19, there were so much changes in human life for teaching and learning, especially in medical education or medical faculty. Before pandemic COVID-19, maybe majority learning activity held face-to-face, but when we face with pandemic COVID-19, the learning activity changed or moved to online learning. And we know online learning maybe have some barriers when used in medical education. So the aim of the study is to determine the use of online learning and the effect of the COVID-19 on online learning for medical students. This research was a qualitative study conducted in 2022. The research participants were 10 preclinical medical students, 9 clinical medical students, and 12 lecturers from 11 medical faculties in Indonesia. Sampling technique is cluster sampling based on the Faculty of Medicine accreditation. Data collection was carried out with a focus group discussion, and data analysis was carried out by thematic analysis. Then I will explain about our findings. First, about online learning implementation. From information-related use of e-learning aspect, students use the information from the e-learning platform to accomplish their assignment, discuss with friends and lecturers, learn skills lab material from the video, prepare for examination, participate in competition, for example, student competition, and practice counseling for community service. In addition, the clinical student also use the information to review the material before entering the department, studying the most common diseases and compare them with patients, support clinical knowledge when meeting patients, and learn about new conditions and engaging specialties. Other findings about the effectiveness of online learning. The study found that for knowledge component or knowledge aspect, online learning is quite effective. The sources were more updated and conducive and self-focused, clear to see through a laptop screen, but still found some challenges. The student was hard to pay attention and limited interaction with the lecturer, and students tend to get bored and tired quickly. But for learning in skills component, online learning is not too effective or ineffective because it required hands-on practice. We know when we teaching the skills or developing medical student skills, clinical skill, the teacher or instructor need to demonstrate the skills, and then the student will see the instructor or the lecturer what about the demonstration and follow the step on the procedure. And it was difficult to apply theory without direct learning. Online training makes it difficult for students to imagine the skills lab material provided, and they tend to be easy to forget. About the effectiveness of online learning, factors that influence its effectiveness from the application include appearance, user-friendliness, and features that support various two-way learning methods. Other factors are networks, geographic location, student learning motivation, interaction between lecturer and student, and the compatibility of online materials with the practice to be carried out. Our other findings about online learning implementation is about preference of student studying method. Most students prefer blended learning. Blended learning that preferred by students consists of offline learning or face-to-face interaction and online learning. Face-to-face interaction they preferred for skills in hospitals, skills laboratory, basic medical science laboratory, and community service, because the student still needed direct guidance and experience. The online learning component are suggested for theoretical class, discussion, collecting assignment, and examination, because from student perception, online learning will make it a flexible schedule, save time and cost, easier to collect the material, enjoyable, convenient to take notes with gadget, could record for review afterward, and environment friendly. The students also seem more active and conducive because of the recent feature, but there were still many technical obstacles. However, some respondents prefer offline or face-to-face interaction or face-to-face learning because the material presented was easier to understand. Offline tutorials or face-to-face interaction in tutorial session were more lively and can sharpen the knowledge. Students can practice communication skill with patients. And the student felt more pronounced lecturer as a tutor, though sometimes the student were confused during discussion, less conducive, and it was time consuming. About COVID-19 pandemic effect, the shift in the learning process. At the beginning of the pandemic, it was hard to adapt to application for online system. Learning medical skills was challenging because the tools were limited. The simulatory patients were incompetent, and the clinical student did not practice directly with patients using only mannequins. Some content in basic science laboratory and skills laboratory material become online learning through video, and some topics were eliminated. Some universities did substitute offline or face-to-face learning skills lab because lecturers felt that online learning was less effective, but not for activity in basic medical science laboratory and some skills laboratory material. The assignments, such as video and posters, were found to be tricky. Sometimes teachers reschedule learning time into afternoon or night when online learning implemented, and it makes students feel sleepy when attending the online class. The material provided online for clinical students was no different from cases found in hospital or the preclinical material. The cases in the hospital also decreases because decreasing of patients who come to the hospital, and the hospital still focus on COVID-19 patient. So it causing clinical students need more time to learn a few competency achievement, and leading to an extension of the study period. For examination, although the students feel less tension, the technical implementation of the examination become difficult in online. The positive effect of this pandemic was the student had increased skills in literature searching and the usage of teleconference application and tools. The students also felt an improvement in teachers' ability to make online quizzes or something else that could make the learning more enjoyable. From the teacher's perspective, this pandemic leads to the optimization of e-learning, which already exists before the pandemic. Its features have also improved for accrediting purposes. Another finding from our study about overcoming the effect of the pandemic from student perception, learned more through sources provided by lecturers, and students watch educational videos on YouTube, discussion with friends, or ask directly to lecturers. Clinical students also discuss using simulation cases or old cases. Some had opportunity to history taking to psychiatric patients through Zoom, engaging in community service held by student organization or university to improve the skills. From lecturers' perception, the effect of the pandemic made e-learning user manual, provided new online learning facilities such as Zoom meeting, personal WhatsApp coordination, adding specific division of tasks and technical staff to increase the platform effectiveness, added additional servers, requests for infrastructure development to university leaders to support the online learning, and hire professional working for e-learning platform development. Our study maybe have some similarity with another study before that found that barrier in online learnings are skill deficit, lack of time, need infrastructure, poor communication, and maybe difficulty to develop good attitude. Online learning can be considered as a potential learning method in undergraduate medical students. And in health education, blended learning showed better effect on knowledge outcome when compared with traditional learning. For teaching clinical skills, online learning is no less effective than traditional learning in undergraduate nurse education. And during the first years of the COVID-19 pandemic, barriers of online learning were the lack of planning and resources, usability problems, and limited interactivity between teachers and students. So our conclusion on this study found several themes related to the use of online learning among medical students, online learning usage, the effectiveness of online learning, and the preference for learning methods. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected the learning process of medical students. Medical students have strategies to overcome problems experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic in learning. So we suggest further research on online learning, especially about clinical skills learning and online learning design that can keep students playing an active role. These are our references, and in the end of my presentation, we would like to say thank you very much to Institute of Tropical Medicine Albert Bergium for funding, and thank you for all the participants attending my presentation.
Thank you for the presentation, Eti. Eti was unable to join us due to some network issues. So if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Kumar Neeraj Sachdev, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani from India. His topic is Understanding the Need for Interpretation and Justification of Rules in Professional Organizations, a Professional Ethics Perspective. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on to his presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Kumar Neeraj Sachdev, and I appear before you to present my paper in the Eurasia Research online live international conference on social science and humanities that is being conducted on 21st July 2023. The title of my paper is Understanding the Need for Interpretation and Justification of Rules for Managers and Business Organizations, a Professional Ethics Perspective. Before I get into the detail of my presentation, right at the outset, I wish to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Charles, and I wish all the participants all the very best in their presentation of papers and in their interaction. I begin with my paper. This is the abstract of my paper, and I am going to talk to you about the need for managers to understand their role in the organization, especially in regard to the application of rules which are existing in front of them whenever they perform their roles as managers. This is something very important, particularly from the ethics perspective also. In a more specific sense, if I look upon managers as professional professionals who are experts in their field after obtaining certain expertise, after in fact obtaining certain credentials, and because of that they enjoy also certain autonomy in their work. They are expected to understand their roles in a much more responsible way, and they are in fact responsible for their not only ethical behavior but the ethical environment in the organization itself. And because of that, I bring to the fore in front of you the need to understand the role of managers in the compliance with the rules. How do they really comply with the rules, which are coming to them from different sources that I shall talk to you about. But the idea is that how do they really look upon that? How do they really comply with that? But before that, when we get into the detail, we have to understand that there are certain roles that we all perform right from the beginning as maybe brothers or sisters, or maybe as friends or as students, and this or that. And we also get to learn about certain obligations also alongside the role. Because of our social environment, of course, we get to learn about certain obligations that we get to learn about because of the roles that we perform. And then, interestingly enough, we also learn about the possible conflicts in obligations also. Whatever role we are playing, sometime there may be a conflict between one obligation of a role with the obligation of another role. That I am playing the role of a brother and I am also playing the role of a student, and there may be conflict between the two. Similarly, there can be a conflict in the obligations in the same role also. That somebody is playing the role of a manager in a business organization, and he may be coming across a conflict that may be relating to his role as an employer of certain employees in the company, and that may also coming into conflict with the role of him as a manager dealing with customers, because he may be required to look into the fair wages for employees that he has to think about, and then at the same time he has to keep a check on the price of the products for customers also, and there may be some conflict in that area. So what I am trying to say that there are certain roles and there are certain obligations, and there is a possibility of certain conflict in that. Now, if there is a conflict, every time a manager cannot really sort out the conflict by going into the particular details of the conflict. Then what is the easy way? The easy way is to look into the existing rule which is applicable to the situation wherever the conflict is occurring, and he can just consult the rule and survive, in the sense that he can keep on playing the role that he is expected to play in the best way possible. Now, from where the rules are coming, that is something that we ask at this stage. The rules are coming, first of all, broadly speaking, from the laws of a country, wherever he is working. So particularly the geographic area, wherever he is located, the laws of that particular area coming to him from the state. Second, rules of specific professions and industries. Wherever he's working, maybe as a manager in let's say software industry, then the rules of software industry will be applicable to him, that may be existing at different levels from different sources, so that he has to be familiar with. Then the third, policies and guidelines of individual organizations wherever he is employed as a manager. So certain policies, certain maybe rules, guidelines are existing around him that he has to be aware, he has to comply with. Now the question arises, if these rules are already there, then what is the need for him? If rules are there, he can apply and just sort out the conflict and live his life well as a manager. What is the problem? The problem is that still we have to look for the room for ethics in his working, in his behavior. And that can come only from the ability, or maybe the cultivated ability, that we are seeking from a manager as a matter of ethical requirement, that he should be able to interpret and justify rules. Interpretation and justification of rules. These are the two very important reasons for him to realize that yes, he has to be aware. The simply blindly following the rules will not be enough. He has to learn to interpret, because the rules are general and he has to apply that in a particular situation. So he has to learn how to really interpret the rules in the best way possible, in the very morally correct way possible. And that is one requirement. Because, for example, the freedom of expression, that may be a rule existing as a law, or maybe existing as a rule in the profession, or maybe existing as a guideline in the company or the organization that he's working. Now he has to be very clear about that how to really go about with the interpretation. Now he cannot be too rigid about freedom of expression. He cannot be too liberal about also. Something Aristotelian I am trying to indicate, that he has to learn to follow the path of middle. Not too rigid, not too permissive, not that way so that way he has to be very careful, because otherwise any extreme or any deficiency because any excess or any deficiency, any extreme of for that matter, may be leading to that situation of leading to that situation of possessing a vice. That is something that he has to be clear. The virtue will come in the middle, where he is able to rationally interpret the rule in the best way possible. That is the sign of virtue that he can cultivate. And then coming to the second part, that is justification of rules. Now, this is something he has to be very clear that first of all, the rule itself may be ethically not justifiable. So that way he has to check it whether the rule itself is ethically justifiable or not. For example, there may be a rule that may be somewhere giving justification to less pay to women employees, and that may be appearing to be morally unjustifiable. Or the other possibility is that the rule is not existing at all. But still he has to be ethically informed. For example, sometime before there was no rule regarding this child labor. Still he was morally required to take care into account that he cannot employ children. That is a sign of exploitation. So that way he has to be clear about the justification of rules also. So these two reasons are very much required for him to analyze situations in a critical and logical manner. And that is making sense in line with the current trend of democratization of professional organizations. What does it mean? It means that he is now progressively, we see that he is now in a position not only to apply the rules independently, but he is also in a position to formulate and participate in the formulation of rules also. Now, because of that democratic spirit that we increasingly observe in the companies or organizations, he is well expected to be able to interpret and to be able to see the justification of rules in the best way possible. Now, when he is doing these two, what is the standard after all when he is interpreting or looking into the very point of justification? What could be the standard of ethical inquiry that he is conducting for the sake of interpretation and justification? So there are suggestions, of course. One is that he may be judging it purely for the sake of his own self-interest. That is something naturally, not only to managers, even to all of us, that we have to learn. That maybe in his case, he's always trying to interpret the rule which is favoring his own career enhancement in the organization. So that may not be really making any sense, because moral interest is much more significant than self-interest. That he has to realize, and we want to point out that. Because self-interest may not be serving the whole idea of moral interest at all. And the second candidate is common opinion. In general, what people are saying in the company, or in general, what his colleagues are saying, or what his seniors are saying, that is common opinion that he can just look upon and try to interpret the rule, or maybe look for the justification of the rule. Now, this is something that he can try. But again, there may be something wrong. Maybe all the people are believing in the company that newly recruited workers may not be given equal pay, may not be given the fair wages, may not be given the minimum prescribed wages which the law is requiring. So that may be appearing to be the dominating view in the company, but still that is morally wrong. Anybody can see that. So generally what we see that common opinion is favoring either the employees or the employers, nothing more than that. So somewhere he has to come out of that also. Then what is the idea? The idea is that the third candidate is making sense in that regard, that he has to take into account the idea of ethical truth. That is important, that he has to find the ethical truth in his judgment when he's interpreting the rule, when he's looking for justification of the rule. That has to be objective ethical truth. That is the real standard of ethical inquiry that he is trying to look upon for the sake of moral correctness in his conduct as a manager. Objective in the sense that something equal to 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. That is holding the somewhere, not really relying upon his liking, somewhere not relying upon his maybe feelings, somewhere not relying upon his own maybe that way having some taste for something. It's not like that. It cannot be subjective. It has to be objective, something close to mathematical truth. And so long as he is not able to find the truth, he has to really rely upon the approximation to that objective ethical truth. And there is an idea that the truth may be also coming if the tools are correctly applied. For example, we get to see in the case of ethical theory, which is appearing to be as an ethical tool. In the case of utilitarian ethical approach, which is saying that maximum happiness of maximum number of people. So that is giving to me or to the manager that, okay, this is the tool that somebody can apply to really move towards objective ethical truth in the judgment. So this is something that he has to comply with in order to stick to the point of being ethical in his behavior for the sake of his own aspiration to live a good human life and to ensure ethical environment in the organization wherever he is employed. So we may conclude with this, that the managers need to develop the ability to interpret and justify rules in their organization in a morally correct manner, which requires them to think in a clear and logical manner, purely at the level of being human. And more than anything else, they need this to pass through the standard of objective ethical truth for its own sake, even if it helps everybody or nobody concerned in the bargain. That is something that is the main point that I wish to emphasize in the whole paper. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Kumar Neeraj Sachdev. Would you like to add something more?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, madam, for giving me this chance to speak. In fact, earlier there was some problem in my audio system also. I could not communicate that when you people were talking about multitasking, and I was just wanting to point out that if we look upon it as a matter of simultaneous tasking, then it's not really going well with the general human tendency that we have, or general human makeup that we have. But if we look upon it as a consecutive tasking, then it makes sense. We can plan and we can really be organized when we go from one task to the other. But but one task at a time. That is, I just wanted to convey. And at that time, I could not say, but now you have allowed me time and just put across my point quickly. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. If participants, if you have any questions regarding his presentation, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Cliff Ricardo, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung from Indonesia. His topic is analyzing the effects of trade-offs on platform performance, a case study of Mealmate Budget Savvy. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on to his presentation.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kutri Kardo, and today I'm presenting my research regarding analyzing the effects of trade-offs on platform performance. It is a study case of Mealmate Budget Savvy. For the introduction, in 2009, Drive pioneered the online cat booking application in Indonesia, and it quickly catches on, such that RateMate emerged as one of the strong competitors towards Drive. Both Drive and RateMate eventually expanded their businesses beyond transportation, such as food delivery, online grocery shopping, and then there's also package delivery as well. It is forecasted that in 2022, the market value of online food delivery and online cab booking application in Indonesia will have a market value of 8 billion USD and will continually grow by 15 billion USD in 2025. Since this research will be focuses on the online food delivery industry aspect, we will discuss regarding Mealmate, which is one of the sub-services provided by RateMate and specifically Budget Savvy feature, which is one of the delivery options offered by Mealmate. For the problem identification, it is explained in the previous slides that the market value of online food delivery industry will exponentially grow, and it is evident that there is a tense competition within the industry itself. And then there's the Budget Savvy feature, which offers free delivery options, but in turn will have a longer delivery time. And then there's a limited research towards this area. And finally, the ultimate problem is to assess the feasibility of Mealmate's Budget Savvy and its impact on the platform's performance. Based on this problem identification, I've constructed two research questions and objectives. The first one is to identify the trade-offs occurring in the Mealmate Budget Savvy and assess their impact. And the second one is to compare Budget Savvy to other delivery options offered by the platform and evaluate their impact on the platform's overall performance. For the literature, I've divided it into three subsections. The first one is trade-offs affecting RFD platform quality, where I highlighted some key factors that may affect the trade-offs occurring in the RFD platform quality. That is delivery charges, time, consumer behavior, and delivery efficiency itself. For the second subsection, the continuous usage of RFD platform, I've also highlighted some key factors that may affect the continuous usage of an online food delivery platform. That's performance expectancy, social influence, and effort expectancy. For the Mealmate and Budget Savvy itself, I've already explained it before. Mealmate is a sub-services of RateMate, and Budget Savvy is one of the delivery options offered by Mealmate, where the customer will have a free delivery in terms of a longer delivery time. For the hypothesis development, the first hypothesis posits that there is an association of trade-off between delivery time and cost paid by the consumer in the implementation of Budget Savvy. And the second hypothesis posits that the continuity of trade-off between delivery time and cost that were implemented in the Budget Savvy will positively impact the platform overall performance. Based on these two hypotheses, I've constructed a conceptual framework that can be seen at the right side of the slide. For the research methodology, I've acquired the data through Google BigQuery and focuses on the Bandung area. The research involves sampling data from the most common service area in Bandung over the past 3 months, and the goal is to accurately depict the service usage in Bandung for a more reliable research. For the data analysis, there are two main foundations of analyzing the data. The first one is descriptive analysis, and the second one is A/B testing. For the toolset, I've utilized Google BigQuery to acquire the data, Python to analyze and visualize the data, and finally Google Sheets to transform and clean the data. For the statistical approach, I believe that a pair t-test is more appropriate statistical approach in order to test whether the control group and the treatment group of the A/B test has a significant difference. A pair t-test have 5 assumptions that includes variable dependency, random sample, independence of observation, approximately normal distribution, and no outliers. For the hypothesis of a pair t-test, the null hypothesis posits that there is no difference within the mean of the group that we were testing, and the alternative hypothesis posits that there is a difference. Before we proceed with the data analysis, there are some preliminary assumptions needed to be taken into account. The first one is variables dependency, and then there's random samples, and finally independence. These assumptions were validated through cleaning the data. Since we've already validated 3 out of 5 of the assumptions, we only have 2 remaining assumptions needed to be validated. There's also additional assumptions such as level of confidence of 95% and to keep friends where k equals 1.5. For the first dataset characteristic, it is an aggregate dataset comprises of 1,000 entries per day for 6 months in each category. We can see here that the cost per minute of regular order and cost per minute of budget-savvy order has a great discrepancy. We cannot only validate this data through descriptive statistics such that the parity test come into hand. For the other assumptions of the first dataset for doing the parity test, we can see that the data is normally distributed and there is no outlier. For the execution of a parity test, for the first dataset, we can reject the null hypothesis and can conclude that there is a substantial discrepancy in mean cost indicates that the presence of a trade-off between the delivery time and the expenses incurred by consumers within the framework of meal-made budget savvy by 88.06%. For the second dataset characteristic, it is a 2 cumulative monthly datasets from year 1 before budget savvy were implemented and year 2 after budget savvy were implemented, with each set containing 3 identical months. This is the first dataset where budget savvy were not implemented yet, and this is the second dataset after budget savvy were implemented. I wanted to highlight some key factors that we were going to assess. The first one is FT, fulfilled transactions, RG, revenue gain, and IA, incentive advantage. For the more details of the second dataset, we can see that revenue gain, fulfilled task, and incentive advantage for the before budget savvy were implemented has a substantial difference after budget savvy were implemented. Again, we cannot validate this data just from descriptive statistics. We need to validate it through a parity test. For the other assumption for the second dataset, we can see that RG, FT, and IA were normally distributed and there is no outlier. For the execution of a parity test on the second dataset, we've rejected all of the new hypotheses on the key matrices, which is revenue gain, task fulfilled, and incentive advantage, and can conclude that there is a great discrepancy within them, whether the uplift can be seen through the below slides. For the summarized hypothesis testing, we do not reject the first hypothesis since it is evident from the first dataset that there is an association of trade-off between delivery time and cost paid by the consumer. While we reject the second hypothesis since the increased cost caused by implementing budget savvy offset the benefits that were gained through implementing budget savvy. For the conclusion, meal-made budget savvy offers a trade-offs between delivery time and cost. Offering a lower cost option can increase customer base and market share. Performance improvements include increased order completion and revenue generation as well. And then increased cost associated with rewards and loyalty programs offset These benefits resulting in potential losses of revenue due to reduced profitability per order level. And finally, it is important to manage trade-offs and optimize delivery option in the competitive market. For the recommendations, I recommend to optimize budget-savvy implementation, continual experimentation and innovation, targeted marketing and personalization, and data-driven rewards optimization. Thank you for hearing my presentation.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Cliff. Would you like to add something more?
There, there are no further explanation from me. Thank you.
You're most welcome, participants. If you have any questions regarding Cliff's presentation, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Faril Nabil Satriano, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung from Indonesia. His topic is estimating electric vehicle public charging demand across DKI Jakarta using agent-based modeling and simulation. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving on to his presentation.
Okay, so let's start. My research focuses on estimating electric vehicle or EV public charging demand across DKI Jakarta using agent-based modeling and simulation technique. Okay, so let's start with some recent news about climate change. I'm sure that if you've been on your social media, you've heard about the Willow project, which is a disaster for our planet due to the pervasive emissions the project generates. Climate change affects multi-dimensional sector of our lives, including poverty and also hunger. This just happened very recently in my hometown, Indonesia. Well, actually, people all around the globe are exposed to the adverse effects of climate change, which should tell us that currently we are not okay. Okay, so overconsumption is an underlying premise for climate change. Overconsumption leads to industrial advancements and business growth, which might be good, but to the other extent, our planet pays the price. It causes our planet to be warmer. It also causes all the recent occurrences shown previously. And so, responding to the urgency, countries all over the world then agreed to act by ratifying the Paris Agreement to limit temperature increase. As you might have probably guessed, Indonesia, which is their hometown, their capital city is DKI Jakarta, participates in the agreement. And this is where my research comes to play, because the government of Indonesia had determined that a concrete strategy to lower carbon dioxide is by transitioning to electric vehicles. And this also fits into the country's supply and demand analysis as well, in which the fact that the transportation sector that contributes a major proportion to the coal burning is balanced by the country's status as the biggest nickel producer in the world. However, transitioning to EV is harder than we thought, because based on a survey by Deloitte, Indonesia's top concerns for this transition is the lagging infrastructure development, which in this context is EV charging stations or EVCS. If you look more closely, we can even see that the second and third top concerns are also related to EVCS. And based on it, this spikes my interest to estimate the required EVCS to address the concerns, which later I found to be measured through public charging demand. More complications arise since capturing public charging demand is tailored to an area's geographical and social conditions where we are lacking public data in. In this context, the geosocial aspect refers to home charging access, which is envisioned to be low because DKI Jakarta is densely populated. Meanwhile, the social aspect refers to EV drivers' risk attitude. And so, what do these affect? These variables affect EV state of charge or EV SOC which is a term synonymous with the battery level of the EV. And these variables also affect the public charging demand itself. And so the first reason behind these deductions is that EV drivers will have their flexibility in refueling more restricted. And the second one is that EV drivers never really charge at 0% SOC. Rather, they charge at their unique preference or the so-called risk attitude. And based on the scripts below are shown these research questions and also objectives. The first RQ is the street estimation of public charging demand per DKI Jakarta Regency, while the second to fifth RQ address such detailed limitations of home charging access and also risk attitude and how they impact both SOC and also public charging demand. These research objectives are a direct product of the RQ. And certainly, this research is bounded by several aspects. The public charging demand estimation is only done in DKI Jakarta, excluding Kepulauan Seribu because it does not have any provincial road network. Simulation variables are also limited, which I will explain later on. And finally, this research accounts for the targeted number amount of EVs on the road by 2030. Okay, so now let's review several findings from previous studies. It turns out that all along, studies about refueling placements have always been about to curate more sustainable ways of mobilizing, but it also accounts for station availability and the respective driving range these stations serve. From that point, subsequent studies advance the knowledge by adding a vast array of simulation to their modeling. And consequently, this is how my research is positioned among other studies. This research leans more towards the behavioral aspect of EV drivers and does not overly dwell on the technical side of the EV. Okay, so here is a brief explanation about the variables included in the experiment. Public charging and home charging access are incorporated because they are the only charging place options that EV drivers can actually recharge. The availability of such facilities is aligned with EV purchases in many cases, such as in India. SOC and risk attitude are closely associated, in which many believes that SOC is a proxy to measure risk attitude. GRDP, additionally, was also reviewed for the purpose of formulating hypotheses. Theories have stated that infrastructure development priorities should first be located in areas with higher GRDP. And after reviewing several studies, I came up with 5 hypotheses shown below. Relating to public charging demand, my hypothesis is that it will be aligned with GRDP. Relating to home charging access, my hypothesis is that it will be positively correlated to SOC, but negatively correlated to public charging demand. And relating to risk attitude, my hypothesis is that it will be positively correlated with both SOC and public charging demand. As previously mentioned, this research uses an agent-based technique where, based on studies, the main challenge for the method is in assuring the model simplification appropriateness. Therefore, this research involves several validations and verifications processes, which I will explain later on. And here is the simulation approach. Firstly, the primary reason for me to choose the ABMS is because of its nature, which enables us to model behavioral patterns. The software that I use is analogic, mainly because it provides cloud libraries storing models that I can use as references. Data assumptions are from secondary sources and other areas for some cases. And speaking of computational model, this simulated agent is the EVs instead of the drivers, where it operates in actual DKI Jakarta road network. Distributions that were used are uniform and triangular, adjusting to data availability. And in terms of parameters and measures, they are the same as the research-dependent and independent variables, which are shown in the hypothesis previously. Okay, so now we look deeper into the validation and verification processes. Pre-simulation validations include the macro and micro validation, where macro delves into the model representativeness and micro validates behavioral flow during the code building. And also during the code building as well, I enforced the unit testing approach, where basically the agent's properties were coded sequentially. And after the model was run, there is the post-simulation validations, including the phase and empirical validation. The phase validations only inspect the mere animation, while empirical validations compare the simulation results with findings from other studies. And now we arrive at the data analysis part, where we start by conducting the macro validation. In the case of macro validation, I synthesize this diagram of common variables contributing to public charging demand studies. The diagram is shown on the right side, and we can see that this research focuses, again, on the behavioral aspect of EV drivers, covering charging preferences and routing options. This research also models the mobility process, which includes EV battery depletion. What this research does not cover is the station-related variables such as grid integration and also investment. I can derive from this research variable. Here is how the EVs behave in the model. The EV commute in the 2 times a day, where they go to destination point at 7 a.m. and head back at 5 p.m. Every time their EV state of charge falls below threshold, a public charging demand is captured. The pattern recurred until the simulation reached 720 simulation hours. This pattern has also been validated with a synthesis of common assumptions in similar studies. It shows 100% resemblance, and this research even improves one assumption, where SOC are not universal, but rather unique to EV drivers' risk attitude. This model obviously comes with lots of limitations. For example, mobility times are fixed and no route deviations are allowed. Following the pre-simulation validations, the model was then built. All properties are respective to the previously shown behavioral flow. One thing to be noted here is the number of EV in each regency. The number accounts for the actual proportion of residents in DKI Jakarta. And also in terms of scenario index, values of home charging access were set according to a self-design ranging from 75 to 25%. The unit testing approach was also conducted in which it resulted in a minor adjustments to the modeling. And based on it, now we are ready to run the simulation, and I'm going to demonstrate it to you guys in a moment. Okay, so here's the analogic applications. I'm going to run it. And we are going to be directed to the experimentation page, where we can choose the home charging access. Let's set this to 50%. Okay, so it will show you guys how the animation of how the EV will mobilize in DKI Jakarta. We can see that at 7 a.m., this EV will mobilize to their destination points. Let's fasten up this thing a bit. And at 5 p.m., they will head back. And this pattern will recur until the simulation ended. Okay. This is how I collect the data about the charging demand, also SOC. Okay, so let's just stop it right there and continue the presentation. Okay, as a result of the simulation, we firstly analyzed the public charging demand distribution data. The average result shows that public charging demand is mostly captured in central Jakarta, followed by south, north, west, and east Jakarta. I also noticed that across all scenarios, central and south Jakarta were always at the top 2 spots, while the remaining stays in the lower bracket. Based on this research as well, this result does not fully align with GRDP, thus the first hypothesis is considered not true. Moving on to the impact of home charging access on SOC and public charging demand. Based on the results, we can see that across all risk attitudes, the reduction of home charging access lowers SOC, indicated by the minus sign, and increases public charging demand. One additional thing to be noted here is that the magnitude of home charging access become less significant to drivers that are relatively more risk averse. In conclusion, by looking at the result, the second and third hypotheses are considered true. And then we look into how risk attitudes affect SOC and public charging demand. Based on the results, it is shown consistently across all scenarios that the more risk-averse a driver is, the higher their SOC values will be, as they demand public charging more frequently. Therefore, the fourth and fifth hypotheses are considered true. And then after analyzing the results, the last thing we need to do is to review the post-simulation validations. Animation-wise, there was not any issue except for the location misread. which is already addressed in previous sections. Additionally, results are related to the hypotheses that are considered true are also comply with existing studies. Associations between home charging access, SOC, and public charging demand are confirmed as other studies have stated about EV drivers' reliability to home charging and its effect when the charging mode is nullified. On the other hand, associations between risk attitude (SOC) and public charging demand are also confirmed, as other studies have stated about EV drivers' tendency to charge more frequently than what the vehicle itself required. Okay, and now based on the analysis, the conclusion is that out of 5 hypotheses, 4 hypotheses are considered true, in which the first hypothesis is considered not true because the results are not aligned. The distribution results of public charging demand are not fully aligned with GRDP. And based on this, obviously the recommendation is to prioritize EVCS development in areas that have public charging demand, since it directly address the concerns of Indonesians drivers have. And also my recommendation is also to be robust in facing uncertain scenarios, because currently we don't have the actual data of risk attitude and also home charging access. So based on the scenario results provided previously, I believe that the government can be more flexible in altering several aspects that they can manipulate. So they can play on their home charging access through policy, or maybe if they want to make home charging more popular, they can create a subsidy. And also for future research direction, I suggest that other researchers that wanted to continue on this research to capture more of the real world variables than what this research did, such as EVCS capacity, grid network, charging fees, and the exact location of the EVCS, for example. And also, what more important is for them to feature assumptions that are a direct product of Indonesian based survey, since we know that capturing public charging demand is heavily tailored to an area, geographical and social conditions. And so that sums up my presentations. I hope that it can shows a belief about my research and also how it contributes to the advancements of knowledge in electric vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you, Farrell, for the presentation. Would you like to add something more?
No, ma'am, all clear. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Participants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Charmaine Lizette Inau, Senior High School Department, De La Salle, University Manila from Philippines. Her topic is Utang na Loob, the ethical perception of selected Cavitanos on the Filipino culture of indebtedness as the basis of voters' choice. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on to her presentation.
Good day to all. I am Charmaine Lizette Inau, presenting our study Utang na Loob, the ethical perception of selected Caviteños on the Filipino culture of indebtedness as a basis of voters' choice, co-authored by Isidora Emanuel de Hoya, Christian Daniel Olegario, and San Miguel Villegas. In this presentation, to define, Menguin states that Utang na Loob pertains to one's debt or gratitude towards a particular individual, in which the receiver feels a sense of obligation to return the favor to the giver, even if this is not a requisite. Utang na loob is a cultural trait that is very much present in many Filipino communities. Essentially, Filipinos remember the good deeds done to them. But how did utang na loob become a Filipino trait? Well, the values of kagandahang loob, pasasalamat, and bayanihan manifests itself in utang na loob. As Filipinos, we are known for our kagandahang loob. It is one's innate generosity to do good towards their peers and provide them with any assistance possible. Through receiving these services, we touch upon pasasalamat. It refers to an individual's gratitude towards another person. And lastly is bayanihan, which is a Filipino trait that refers to one's strong sense of cooperation and endeavors to give back to their community by any means possible. Specifically, Rongdoin et al. Found recurring themes when it comes to utang na loob. Among these are the following concepts. Under kagandahang loob is reciprocity or pagtutumbas. We give back the equal amount we receive whether in the same form or in its equivalent. Under pasasalamat is acknowledgement or pagkilala, where we recognize and appreciate any service given to us. Finally, under bayanihan is the innate social responsibility or panlipunang gampanin of respecting these utang na loob situations. Now, let's contextualize this in the perspective of Cavite politics. First of all, why Cavite province of the Philippines? Well, according to Ileto in 2012, Cavite province is a microcosm of mafia-type bosses since the 1970s. Essentially, utang na loob setups are very rampant and is the go-to style of political candidates to win their local elections. Specifically, Delfin Montano is the former and longest governor of Cavite. He served from 1956 to 1971, which is 15 years. How did he achieve this? Well, Delfin Montano's long-standing dominance in Cavite politics was based on his projections of personal power, which he confirmed over and again by selectively eliminating adversaries and manipulating voters through financial help or the propagation of rumors among Cavite tabloids. Contemporarily, the Revillas have overthrown the Montano by the early 2000s. According to Abang et al., in 2017, under the new political leadership of the Revillas, the province of Cavite still functions under a similar type of command. Despite the many controversies that the Revillas had faced, they remained in office due to power and the popularity that they maximized to garner support from the grassroots. Now, our research questions explored the following about utang na loob. First, we explored the actual experience of encountering utang na loob. This includes the people who may have handed the benefits to the voters, the form of these benefits, and the personal or familiar experiences that may have contributed to an individual's loyalty to a politician. Secondly, we focused on the voters' perception to the ethicality of utang na loob. This includes how a voter's indebtedness have affected their socioeconomic needs, their loyalty to a political entity, and how Filipino values shape the perception of utang na loob. In this slide are four subsections of our review of related literature. Notably, we used the paper of Baldo and Quirante to provide a background on utang na loob as any voluntary offering of good and services. Under said section, we contextualize it in the province of Cavite, our study scope, and highlighted loyalty as a determinant of utang na loob. Essentially, loyalty ensures partiality and persistence. On the right half of the screen, the advantages and disadvantages of utang na loob were also discussed. The disadvantages obviously outweigh the benefits. However, it is best to note that utang na loob is closely associated with hiya or shame. Thus, a benefit of utang na loob is sa pagkakaroon ng hiya or when we have shame, we are forced to accept the flaws of other people. Finally, we included a study on social classes, which indicates that as one belongs to a lower socioeconomic class, the more they are influenced by utang na loob. Voters' choice pertains to the candidate that individuals have voted for, which are ultimately influenced by their preference by the following values, such as religious teachings from the church, the traditional Filipino familial values. This then connects to metaethics, which is regarded as the ethical thought of moral language and actions. With that judgment in mind, what one deems morally right and wrong isn't necessarily the same for other individuals. Moreover, focusing on a local lens, Filipino ethics stem from animist traditions mixed with Spanish Catholicism embedded into our culture due to colonization. With that said, Filipino virtue ethics were formed, and individuals were introduced to a concept that focuses on more relationship oriented virtue ethics, and which can be seen within the notion of utang na loob. These two foundational concepts embedded within Filipino virtues are the loob and kapwa. With that said, the first ethical value is loob, which talks about one's own rational will to understand if a specific action is right or wrong based on one's moral values. Kapwa, on the other hand, pertains to where an individual does these deeds onto and is recognized in a shared identity with others. Loob is not merely determined by oneself, but through the relationship and action one bestows towards our kapwa. For our methodology, the researchers conducted a phenomenological research design which mainly strived to understand the lived experiences of voters towards the phenomenon of utang na loob. With this design, the study explicated how the phenomenon of utang na loob transpires, forms, and functions, and the perception towards it along with its extent. This was accomplished by two online in-depth semi-structured interviews through Zoom or Messenger call. Along with this, the researchers utilized an interview guide which navigated the session. Through this, the group had more liberty to ask more inquisitive questions while the participants can expound on their experiences. Now, let's discuss the identified scope of the research. It documented the utang na loob experiences of Filipino voters who voted at least once in Imus or Bacoor, Cavite. Moreover, this study explored the totality of the phenomenon of utang na loob in the said context, specifically its formation, manifestation, and extents. Now let's discuss the procedures of the data collection of this research. As said earlier, the study employed two session interviews. The first one was focused on capturing the background context of the participants to build rapport, while the latter was dedicated to questions that are more in-depth to help the participants expound their initial answers. There was a 2-week interval between the two sessions to allow for self-reflection and digestion of the topic. The data analysis presented in the study is thematic analysis, which aims to observe common themes such as patterns, topics, and ideas throughout the given topic. With this, the researchers then utilized the method analysis based on Braun and Charles' 6 phases of thematic analysis. Firstly, the researchers familiarized the data collection throughout. Next would be generating codes, which we broke down data in a systematic way and organized it. We then distinguished themes, reviewed these themes, and then defined them through the study's theoretical framework. And lastly, the researchers wrote an overall analysis and report of the themes gathered. With the thematic analysis, the researchers used and developed the SIR consequentialist framework basing on Landa Hokpana's smooth interpersonal relations model. The SIR consequentialist framework combines two theoretical frameworks, the smooth interpersonal relations model and the consequentialist framework. The SIR model examines a person's foundation, including individual experiences and situational characteristics, while the consequentialist framework focuses on the outcomes and implications of the SIR model within the context of utang na loob, such as the direct and indirect impact and the decision-making process of the voters. This framework takes into account authentic Filipino values and considers the relationship between personal experiences, cognitive filters, ethical values, and decision-making related to utang na loob. For previous life experiences, the participants in the study came from traditional nuclear families with strong ties. Family background and socioeconomic status were influential factors in development of utang na loob. The participants' education level and experiences with financial difficulties also played a role in their relationship with local politicians. For individual experiences, the participants observed and experienced politicians handpicking campaign teams for their close circles. Those from lower socioeconomic classes had more frequent interactions with political candidates. Social events like kasal, binyag, and libing provided opportunities for politicians to distribute gifts. The compadre system and strong family ties accelerated the formation of utang na loob too. For the situational characteristics, utang na loob were often based on one-to-one relationships rather than dynastic connections. Barangay captains and staff played a role in carrying out orders of incumbent officials seeking re-election. The study also revealed that some participants would choose not to vote if they didn't recognize any of the candidates challenging popular arguments. For perceptual and cognitive filters, participants perceived utang na loob as beneficial phenomenon that promotes giving back to the community. Cultural events such as Kasal Binyag Libing reinforced the concept of utang na loob. Votes were influenced by personal preferences rather than strict adherences to agreements. Utang na loob may have clouded objective candidate evaluation, focusing on received services. Actions based on utang na loob depended on individuals' perception of positive outcomes without considering consequences. Utang na loob was considered a natural occurrence and an integral part of the Filipino culture. For the impact of utang na loob on ethical values and outlook, utang na loob affected ethical values and voting behavior. It may have clouded the candidate evaluation, emphasizing the importance of received services. Family ties played a role in influencing voters to support family members running for office. Utang na loob was also perceived as beneficial as long as benefits were received. It was deeply rooted in Filipino virtue ethics and the inherent need to exhibit goodness towards peers. Actions based on utang na loob prioritize positive outcomes without considering consequences shaping ethical values. In conclusion, the Filipino culture of utang na loob is a phenomenon rampant in Cavite, specifically in Bacoor and Imus. Even months or years prior to the local elections, this is closely tied, but not totally determined by the political dynasties that have been established in the area. This study provides an insight on how utang na loob occurs in Cavite and is observed and experienced by its voters. The phenomenon is commonly established by the constituents or alipores of the patron a long period of time before the local elections to introduce the name and presence of the supported politician. This is commonly done in forms of financial assistance and food or gift giving in events such as kasal, binyag, libing, fiestas. The obligation to give back is more susceptible between relatives and acquaintances, integrating the feeling of pasasalamat and hiya. Through the relationship of utang na loob, the individuals have gained occasional assistance or benefits from the politicians, which was most especially acknowledged by Class E. The study presents the individuals have shown aversion to the utang na loob as the basis of voters' choice, aside from Class E, arguing that the services provided by the politicians are within their job description. In addition, votes made from utang na loob rather than a critical analysis on candidates' credentials and platforms were said to lead to poor governance and management. However, utang na loob is still recognized as an essential value of Filipinos, which must be exercised in areas beyond politics. While utang na loob is not perceived to be inherently bad, it is perceived as a convenient tool for manipulation of the masses, especially those in dire need. Despite Cavite being a hotspot of political dynasties, the residents have acknowledged that utang na loob is not an ethical basis for choosing future leaders but are still voted nonetheless because of the existing power and politicians hold, the lack of oppositions, and the immediate benefits they provide. And that concludes the presentation of our study on utang na loob, the ethical perception of selected Caviteños on the Filipino culture of indebtedness as a basis of voters' choice. Here are the references used and cited in the presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for the presentation, Sharma. Would you like to add something more?
I would just like to thank everyone for giving us this opportunity for my group and I to present this study we have been working very hard on. And I would like to express my extreme gratitude to have the opportunity to listen to the very substantial researches of the other presenters. That is all. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome and thank you for attending the conference. Moving on with the conference now. Our next presenter for the day is Xin Chang Huang, Department of Arts and Design, National Tsinghua University, Hsinchu from Taiwan, and Yi Hui Lan, Department of Arts and Design, National Tsinghua University, Hsinchu from Taiwan. Their topic is the business model of art galleries in the Taiwanese art market, taking Apollo Gallery as an example. You can see the abstract on your screens.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
We are honored to be the part of this meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to their presentation.
Good day, I'm Yi Hui Lan, and the author of the paper is Sichang Huang. I will be presenting the oral report on this occasion. We come from National Tsinghua University in Taiwan, and we are delighted to have the opportunity to participate in this conference. The subject of our paper is the business model of art galleries in Taiwanese art market, taking Apollo Gallery as an example. Under the framework of a case study, the research will employ in-depth interviews and participant observation methods to engage in profound discussions with gallery operators, analyzing the gallery's business model and art brokerage. The primary strategy employed by the Apollo Gallery include emphasizing art education and brand development. In recent years, the gallery has also actively supported young Taiwanese artists, cultivating emerging talents and setting a positive example in the industry. The researcher is currently involved in gallery operations for over a decade. Through this study, the aim is to gain insights into the business model of the Taiwanese art market, particularly in the context of art galleries, and fulfill the research objectives. The main objective of this study is to explore the business model of art galleries in Taiwan, with a particular focus on the Apollo Gallery as a case study. Founded in 1978, the Apollo Gallery has a history of 45 years and was amongst the first generation galleries in Taiwan during the 1970s. It has nurtured many renowned artists and made significant contributions to Taiwanese art history. To lay the foundation for this research, we will first examine the art management and operational strategies through literature review. This research is limited by the lack of professional books and literature on galleries and spatial design, as well as visitor-related information. The researcher has made effort to overcome this limitation by constructing a systematic research framework and summarizing the findings. This study will conduct a theoretical analysis focusing on three aspects of galleries: their management, functions, and merchandising. The research will be based on the discussion of Martin's development and Jerry McCallany on gallery space and visitors' aesthetic experience, as well as Nico Baroda's concept of relational aesthetic. The aim is to explore various aspects of spatial and relational theories and analyze the operational models of galleries in the Taiwanese art market. And this is the Taiwanese art galleries business models. Research, procedure, and process. This study is divided into three stages of procedures, as shown in this diagram. In-depth interview method. This study adopts the in-depth interview method, focusing on Apollo Gallery as a case study. It is a qualitative research approach commonly used for data collection. The main objective is to facilitate communication and exchange to information between the interview and interviewee. Through in-depth interviews, the research seeks to explore and analyze the research questions. Prior to conducting the in-depth interviews, the research contacts the interviewee by phone and to obtain their consent. A well-prepared set of interview questions was prepared in advance based on the interview guide. During the actual interview process, recordings were made to ensure accurate documentation. Participant observation method. The participant observation method offers several advantages. Researchers can directly observe the gallery, leading to the most comprehensive data collection. When researchers enter the gallery, their primary focus is on the gallery's operators and employees, seeking to understand the gallery's principle and management philosophy. The following are the steps involved in participant observation. 1. Select the gallery as a research subject and obtaining consent to observe through phone communication. 2. Establish a positive and interactive relationship with the gallery and involved staff members. 3. Physically visiting the gallery to gain insights from the best observation angles. During the interviews, Apollo Gallery will be the subject of investigation, and the focus will be on exploring the various approaches the gallery employs in art brokerage. The analysis and investigation will include examining the current art market in Taiwan, where some galleries act as an agent for artists, taking up contractual arrangements to handle the exhibition and sales of their artworks. In Taiwan, the agency model typically involves artists entrusting their works to the gallery, which assume full responsibility for sales. The consignment process can be categorized into two models. Firstly, The gallery sets a time to visit the artist's studio and select artworks. And secondly, artists bring their own works to the gallery for consignment, where the gallery acts as a sales agent. Moreover, wealthier galleries often opt for outright purchase from certain artists or well-known art figures, which can generate significant profits for the gallery. The research is an actual gallery operator, and through the research process, they have truly realized the galleries as a commercial entities need to constantly adapt and improve both in terms of hardware and software to survival in the art market. The gallery itself primarily focuses on exhibitions, but its operational aspects require manufactured approaches. For example, participants in international art fairs, fostering long-term relationships with artists, and engaging in meaningful interaction with them are essential to enhance the gallery's brand acceptance amongst collectors and secure a permanent position in the art market. Moreover, the gallery itself represents an artistic symbol. Beyond providing artistic knowledge and education, the gallery's professional role is of utmost importance. Cultivating passionate art managers within the gallery is a critical aspect of its operations. Expanding the audience is a significant aspect of the gallery's operations and also contributes to its financial results. When visitors come to the gallery to appreciate the artwork, they may also choose to purchase pieces they like. To increase the willingness of the audience to collect artworks, it is essential to establish an effective sales system, build a network within the community, and enhance the enjoyment that art brings to the visitors. By doing so, both the gallery and the audience can maximize their benefit. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you for the presentation, Shin Chong Wang and Yi Hui Lan. Would you like to add something more?
No, I'm not here.
Hi. And this is a part of the paper, and currently the paper is still in progress. Everything is going smoothly.
Okay. Thank you for the observations and moving on. Participants, if you have any questions regarding their presentation, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter is Chiara Nadia, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Jakarta, Indonesia. Her topic is the impact of information credibility factors towards the online consumer engagement of digital news brands on Instagram. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on with her presentation.
Hello, my name is Chiara and I am from Bandung Institute of Technology, and today I will present and share about the research project that I've been working on with the title The Impact of Information Credibility Factors Towards the Online Consumer Engagement of Digital News Brands on Instagram. First of all, I want to say thank you for this opportunity and I hope today's presentation will be insightful. Enjoy! So before I start, I would like to mention that these are all the chapters that will be discussed in this presentation, starting from the first chapter of introduction all the way to chapter 5 of conclusion and recommendations. So first up, the introduction. As we all now are experiencing, most of our activities are integrated and transitioning into the digital world due to the fast-paced technology development throughout the years, including the news industry. According to a data chart from a research on 2018, we can see that there's a decline in the printed media consumptions, or known as traditional media platforms like printed news and printed magazines. They are decreasing by 45% and 56% respectively. However, we can also see that there's an increase in the online media consumption by 12%. According to a data chart on 2020 of a survey, around 76% of respondents in Indonesia chooses social media as a platform to look for news and information. A survey conducted on 2022 stated that 93% of respondents in Indonesia chooses Instagram as their most used social media platform. Therefore, I gathered 3 digital news brands that are popular and most followed by people in Indonesia nowadays on Instagram, which are Vocative, USS Feeds, and Narasi Newsroom. These news media brands are most likely to share the same type of news and information topics such as lifestyle, culture, entertainment, viral trending news, and some of them also cover heavy topics such as political government issues. Even though they share the same or similar news topics, each of these brands has their own uniqueness and originality when it comes to sharing media content on Instagram. However, these digital news brands might not be or has not been considered as the most credible and trustworthy platform to access the news and information. Based on a preliminary research that I have conducted, around 76% of the respondents feel that the most pain point that they receive from these digital news brands is that they lack of information completeness that are being presented. 60.4% of them said that they don't fully trust and use these digital news brands, even though they have the potential to become the main platform due to the shift from the traditional media that has been mentioned before. For about 84.4% of the respondents choose news credibility as the most important factor when choosing and using an online news platform. Therefore, this research has come to a conclusion of 3 research questions and objectives, which are: what are the factors that can influence the information credibility of digital news brands, what are the impacts of the online consumer engagement of digital news brands, and how is the difference of the online consumer engagement between the 3 digital news brands. Here are the research objectives that will be to know the factors that can influence information credibility and the impact towards online consumer engagement. This research will be limited to people who are a part of the millennials and Generation Z, since they are the target market of these digital news brands, an active Instagram user from Jabodetabek or Bandung area of Indonesia, and also following one of the 3 brands on Instagram. Now we have come to chapter 2, which is the literature review. There are 8 variables that will be used in this research project. The first 5, which are medium dependency, interactivity, medium transparency, argument strength, and information quality, will be the independent variables serving as the potential factors of information credibility. Then we have information credibility and online trust as the mediating variables. And lastly is online consumer engagement as the dependent variable. For the hypothesis development, here we have 5 hypotheses in determining the factors that can influence information credibility. The 6th hypothesis assumes information credibility has an impact towards online trust, and the last hypothesis assumes that online trust has an impact towards online consumer engagement. Here's the proposed framework with a combination of previous research and studies that are about information credibility factors, online trust, and also online consumer engagement. Now we have come to the 3rd chapter, which is the research methodology. The type of data that will be gathered are primary and secondary data with the quantitative method of questionnaire using a judgmental sampling with the details that's been mentioned before in the scope and limitations. So, for the data analysis, to answer the research questions of this research, I combine 4 types of data analysis, which are normality test and Kruskal-Wallis test, to look for the differences between the variables of 3 different bands to answer the third research question. PLSM analysis to test the relationship of the hypothesis in this research, and also descriptive analysis to look for patterns and to support the findings in this research. We are now have come to the 4th chapter of data analysis results. The online questionnaire gathered a total of 319 respondents, and here's the overview of the respondents' profile. As we can see that the respondents of vocative has a more distinguished data in the age and occupation section. Vocative respondents are mostly young people ranging from 17 to 28 years old, and most of them are college students, while other brands like USS Feeds and Narasi Newsroom seems to have more distributed age range and occupations. For the respondents' behavioral, we can see that these 3 brands in this research are distributed evenly. So we can see also here that the respondents' dependency of receiving news online varies from each of the brand, and it seems to have almost 50-50% of being dependent and not dependent to these platforms. So almost half of them are dependent towards these digital news media brands to gain information, and some of them don't. However, the respondents are actually pretty active in participating in these platforms by liking, sharing, and reposting their news content on Instagram. Moving on to the descriptive analysis of all of the brands. This descriptive analysis are combined into one from 3 brands, and therefore this will be the supporting patterns that will further explain the findings in this research. And here is the PLSM analysis result of all of the brands as a whole industry. Based on the results, all of the hypotheses were accepted. This means that all the independent variables are all factors influencing information credibility, and that information credibility also has an influence towards online trust and all the way to online consumer engagement. And that this result should also apply to each of the digital news brands independently. So, moving on to the normality test and Kruskal-Wallis test. The normality test was conducted to check if the data is normally distributed or not by determining the sig value. Since the sig value are all below 0.05, the Kruskal-Wallis test was then conducted to see any differences between the variables of each brand by also determining the ISIM sig value. From these tests, the researcher continues to analyze the brands independently in order to answer the third research question, which is to look for the differences in each of the brand. Here's the descriptive analysis overview of each of the brand that will also further support the research findings. So here is the hypothesis result summary for each brand independently. In this table, we can see that there are hypotheses that are not accepted, which means that there are differences in each of the brands that might have caused the hypothesis to be rejected. This means that each of the respondents feel the difference of credibility level of each platform, therefore resulting in hypotheses that are not accepted. And now we have come to the last chapter of conclusion and recommendations. Here stated the conclusion for each of the research questions. So for the first research question, all of the independent variables have an influence towards information credibility. However, there are 4 factors that influence positively and 1 factor that influence negatively. So the factors that influence positively, there are medium dependency, medium transparency, argument strength, and information quality, while interactivity has a negative influence towards information credibility. The second research question, which is the impact for all brands as a whole, consists of all 5 dimensions of online consumer engagement, which are extraordinary experience presented by the OCE 6 indicator, awareness presented by the OCE 2 indicator, enthusiasm, activity, and also interaction, respectively. However, for the third research question, which is the differences, is that vocative only consists of 4 dimensions of online consumer engagement. USS Feeds only consists 5 dimensions, which is all of them, and Narasi Newsroom consists of three dimensions of online consumer engagement. After conducting the analysis and determining the conclusions, it has come to my attention to bring recommendations to these digital news brands that will improve the credibility of the platforms and have an increasing impact of consumer engagement. Following the previous rejected hypotheses of each brand, I provided recommendations for three factors that can be improved, which are medium dependency, medium transparency, and argument strength. So for the first variable, which is medium dependency, USS Feeds and Narasi Newsroom should engage in more collaborations with other brands for promotions. As we can see, Advocative, whose medium dependency hypothesis was accepted, presents lots of collaboration contents with lots of brands like Aqua, Cadbury, and sometimes movie promotions that causes the high awareness of Vocative itself and increases the dependency of audiences to be more involved in other activities other than just gaining news and information. For the medium transparency, all of the brands should demonstrate and provide greater transparency by showcasing or exposing the process and workflow involved in creating news content for all of the brands. This will give the audience the sense of openness and being honest of how news content are created in these platforms. And then lastly, for argument strength, which is specifically for Narasi Newsroom, they should provide more comprehensive statements and detailed information in every news content that they publish, since they are focusing on heavy topics such as political, governmental issues, and also worldwide issues. So therefore, it is very crucial for them to have detailed information so that the audience will have better understanding. And that concludes the presentation of this research project. Thank you for your time and attention. And if there are any feedbacks and questions, it will be highly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Triara. Would you like to add something more?
No, actually, that's all for me. Thank you.
You're welcome. Participants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Anandita Azra Rosadi, Management Department, International Business, Bandung Institute of Technology from Indonesia. Her topic is how does the implementation of Islamic financial literacy to younger generations in Indonesia can generate greater outcomes to the society. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on to the presentation.
Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Anandita Azra and I am a student in the School of Business and Management and Institute of Technology Bandung, Indonesia. I will be presenting my paper with the title of How does the implementation of Islamic financial literacy to younger generations in Indonesia can generate greater outcomes to the society. Here is the topics that I will be discussing in the presentation. So, according to Bank Indonesia, Indonesia will have a positive outlook in 2023 by the GDP's growth of 5.3% in 2022. With the objective of economic growth, Indonesian Bank needs to develop a stronger foundation for its finance. Therefore, banks are transforming their policies to help maintain stability and economic growth. Banks in Indonesia are classified into three types, which are the commercial, rural, and Sharia bank. But 86.9% of the population are Muslims, Sharia banks are becoming a growing interest to Indonesians. The implementation of Islamic financing is relatively new compared to conventional financings, but the first Sharia bank itself was established in 1991 and then began popularizing in 2011. The conventional banks are more familiar to the society, as before the development of Sharia banks, their policies have been available since the decades before. According to Indonesia's Financial Service Authority, financial literacy is a person's knowledge, skill, and confidence in performing financial activity with the effect of their capacity to make financial decisions and manage their finance. On a national survey, the National Financial Literacy Index is 49.68% in 2022. Young adults with age of 18 to 25 years old accounts for 44.04% of the index. Indonesia's government have made an attempt to increase the country's economy through the role of financial literacy with the help of national institutions and ministries, and that such policies should be applied in a large scope in order to fully maximize the result. The objective of this research is to determine the level of interest of young Indonesians towards Islamic financial literacy, and also to identify the effectiveness of Islamic financial literacy policies that the young generation of Indonesia have implemented. And lastly, to identify the effect of young generation to be Islamic financial literate generates impact to society. There are several literatures that I have reviewed for this research. First of all, according to Ahmad et al., the concept of Islamic financial literacy is based on two principal factors, which are the knowledge of riba and the concept of profit sharing, as well as the perceptions of adhering to Sharia laws. The understanding of Islamic financial literacy is defined as the knowledge and ability to the principles and practice of Islamic finance. The second literature explains that the principle of Islamic finance revolves around the term interest fee, or the basis of Islamic principle which prohibits the act of putting an interest on a loan. According to Mahargianti, the new pillar of power and polarization in Indonesia's Islamic economy was created by Bank Syariah Indonesia, which also altered the country's Islamic banking landscape. This has given the option for Muslims and other consumers of Indonesia to use Sharia banks as their bank. For the methodology, a quantitative research approach is used in order to derive functional relationship between the variables. The data for this research are based on primary data as their source of data. So, as you obtain primary data for this research, a survey is conducted through questionnaire and is spread for a sample to participate in. The types of sampling used is purposive sampling, and also the sample gathered for this research had reached to 70 survey respondents. The data analysis process for this research is descriptive analysis, validity tests, correlation analysis, and regression analysis. So moving on to the findings, the result of the financial literacy level presented in the graph shown, it is found that 48.6% of the respondents rated themselves as being very financial literate, and 35.7% of the respondents rated 3 being financially literate. None of the respondents respond to 1 being not literate. Thus, the overall respondents of this survey are moderately financially literate. Upon asking their familiarity with financial Islamic concept, almost half of the respondents are aware of the concepts. But however, when asking their engagement in the policies of Islamic financial literacy, only 17.1% of the respondents are engaged with such initiatives. To determine the statistical significance of the variable used in this research, this study is conducted a validity test. The questionnaire validity tests were tested using the R value, and the result shows that the question's answers were reliable because the R value was higher than the R table, and additionally a Kornbach alpha coefficient of 0.0801 was discovered, suggesting the validity and sufficiency of the items. On evaluating the correlation between each variable, the results show the positive correlation and significance. Islamic financial literacy with 47.7% and outcome for society with 49.1% have a moderate correlation with each other. As for the regression analysis, the first table showed that the R-square is 0.241, which means that the Islamic financial literacy can be explained by 24.1% to the outcomes to the society. Thus, there is a small relationship, and that the remaining 75.9% of the relationship between the two variables is explained by other factors. Therefore, such variables should have been taken into consideration to correlate these relationships. And on the second table, the relationship of Islamic financial literacy and its policies is analyzed to be significant with the p-value is less than 0.05. Therefore, the first two regression analyses are found to have a significant to their variables. However, the policies implemented is not statistically significant to the independent and dependent variable as the p-value is larger than 0.05. Therefore, the current Islamic financial literacy policies are not effective to be implemented for the young generation of Indonesia, for it is not significant enough to give an impact to the level of Islamic financial literacy and its outcome. We have come to the conclusion part. This research aims to investigate how the young generation of Indonesia have adequate literacy about Islamic financial literacy and how it is effective to give positive outcomes to the society. With the growing interest in Islamic finance, the need of the society to have knowledge and literacy on Islamic finance is needed. Through data obtained and analyzed, it is found that the young Indonesians have moderate literacy on Islamic finance and moderate concern to be literate in it. Such policies implemented are found to be not effective enough to the young Indonesian, and there is no direct relationship measured from analyzing Islamic financial literacy with generation of better outcomes to society. That is all from my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the presentation, Anandita. Would you like to add something more?
No, that's all from me.
Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Nadia Glasteria Ramadan, Faculty of Business Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung from Indonesia. Her topic is examining the correlation of each element of the marketing mix on brand equity. Case study of franchise company IKEA, Indonesia. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on to her presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, the honorable member of Eurasia Research and the audience. I am Nadia Glasteria Ramadan, a student from Bandung Institute of Technology, who is taking a double degree program at the University of Bonn. So at this 15-minute opportunity, I will be delivering an exciting topic that plays a crucial role in the success of any business, brand management, and brand equity. Specifically, we'll be exploring how the marketing mix elements impact the brand equity of IKEA Indonesia. So let's just move to the next slide. Okay, so this is the content that I will explain in this presentation. Okay, so brand management is a critical aspect of marketing, and today we explore its profound impact on brand success. Our study of focus on brand equity, which represent a company's long-term value and plays a crucial role in sustainable success. So to understand how to build strong brand equity, we examine the marketing mix. These are the key elements that companies use to create their brand image and the position in market. So we discovered that effective marketing mix strategies have a significant impact on brand equity. However, among the many furniture retail companies, why did I choose IKEA as an example of my case? So according to 2002, IKEA provides consumers with an immediate sense of fulfillment and a pleasant shopping experience, and decentralized decision making is the key aspect of the foundation for IKEA leadership in the sector. So the following slide is a brief profile about IKEA Indonesia. So now IKEA has 7 stores spread across Indonesia, especially in big cities in Indonesia. Okay, so IKEA's success can be seen in the presence of 460 IKEA stores in 62 markets, updated on 15 February 2023 from the official IKEA website. So the following is the 4PS marketing mix strategy that they apply. So IKEA furniture is frequently made to be DIY instead of being pre-assembled by the customer. As a result, consumer will be able to purchase the product for less money and with less packaging. And many of the chains in ASEAN nations, especially Indonesia, where using public transportation is commonplace use, this is a practice area. So the product was also given a single name by IKEA Group, and the majority of names have Swedish roots. Second one is price. So theoretically, IKEA has implemented a number of price schemes, including IKEA's long-term objective. IKEA has undertaken an investigation on how the company position itself in the market, and with 3 options, and figuring out how the furniture giant is being financed effectively. And also, IKEA's short-term objective. IKEA uses the following price strategies as part of its promotional offers, such as the pricing penetration, which is establishing a fair price, and also destruction of prices. And the last one is promotional pricing. Okay, the third one is promotion. IKEA is willing to sponsor the event activities such as dinner, dance, a wedding, fashion show, etc. And also the way to implement the first promotion strategy, as an example, like buy one item, receive a freebie of a similar second item, and then the gift certificates like buy one get one free, the clearance sales. So this strategy can make customer interested. The last one, the place of IKEA. So IKEA provides online stores, and also, as I said before, IKEA has 11 stores in Indonesia. Okay, so the variety of methodological techniques applied in this research study is presented in this chapter. The research was conducted using quantitative methods. As I mentioned before, there are 4 independent variables, 4 dependent variables, and single dependent variable. The research method is self-administrated and employed Likert scale question with 2 extremes of the scale standing from strongly agree and strongly disagree. In order to ensure that respondents may complete the electronic questionnaire at their convenience, I adopted a convenience sampling method from non-probability sampling. And the requirement to fill out the questionnaire is IKEA customers, or at least they have bought goods from IKEA once. And the main research tool used to gather data from primary sources is the survey questionnaire. So for this study, secondary data included articles about brand equity and the marketing mix, as well as information of previous marketing campaigns like book, journals, official website, articles, papers, and others. Okay, so for the validity test, use Smart LS with a total of 52 respondents, and all variables showed valid results so that I could continue to distributing the questionnaire. And also the collected data from 108 respondents will be processed and analyzed using Smart LS with structural equations modeling, or SEM. But of course, in concluding a research, there are limitations that I faced. So which include the use of email-based survey and social media platforms like Instagram and Twitter. So online questionnaires were conducted in the study. Therefore, there were no in-person interaction with participants. So this is a limitation since researchers can observe when there is physical contact body language, gesture, and another behavior. So yeah, I can observe them. In addition, being face-to-face would have enhanced the ability to verify respondents' personal information. Given that the questionnaire was only given online, so there is a risk that one respondent filled out twice or they might submit the wrong or incorrect information. And in addition, the questions contained in the questionnaire are general questions about IKEA where I cannot access certain products at IKEA specifically. Okay, so our study focus was to identify the specific marketing mix elements that contribute to brand equity. So to guide my research, we use a conceptual framework that explains how each component of the marketing mix interacts to shape brand equity. Okay, so let's now move to the data analysis. So the processing result of a validity test, which is the left one, is thick one above have an outer loading value of more than 0.7, so that the outer loading is declared valid. The right one, the AVE greater than 0.5 ensures convergent validity for all variables. So the composite reliability and Conspatch alpha test confirm instrument reliability with values below 0.7 and 0.6 respectively. Okay, so next slide. According to the following, to the left table, there's a stronger association between the construct and the indicators than there is between the construct of the other in constructs. And for the right one, pass. So the table shown that it passed the multi-test if the VIF value is less than 10, so that it can be concluded, if you can see on the table, that there is no multicollinearity between variables. Okay, so this is the hypothesis test. Significant, well, it can be said that if there is a significant impact if the p-value is less than 0.05 and the t-statistic is more than 1.97. So it can be concluded that there are 9 relationships are stated to have a significant influence, which you can see from the green word, and 6 relationships are stated to have an insignificant effect by the red one. Okay, so the next slide is, as you can see again from the table, still the green one shows that there are 1 relationship are stated to have a significant influence. So the 11 one shown that they have an insignificant effect or no effect. The one hypothesis suggests that promotion significantly influences brand loyalty. So the key aspect of brand equity with a p-value of 0.028, which is lower than 0.05, and the t-statistic of a 2.207 higher than the average, which is 1.97. However, the other hypotheses are rejected. So, in conclusion, the study demonstrates the significant impact of the marketing mix on IKEA Indonesia's brand equity. It highlights that the importance of perceived quality, brand loyalty, awareness, and association in driving brand equity. So, my recommendation is for future research, I suggest to examine more variables using diverse research tools and ensuring a more representative sample across Indonesia. Additionally, simplifying the questionnaire will enhance clarity and understanding. So thank you all for your attention. We hope that my study provides valuable insights into brand management and brand equity knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Nadira. Would you like to add something more?
No, thank you.
Okay. Participants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Mohammad Aldiar Saputra, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung from Indonesia. His topic is how does beginner's career start deciding their smart financial plan strategy in prescribing, purchasing, or renting a property in Indonesia. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving on to his presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before jumping to the presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Mohammad Aldiar Saputra. I'm from Bandung Institute of Technology and Brand School of Business. So today I'm going to be presenting about my research with the title of How Does Beginner's Career Start Deciding Their Smart Financial Plan Strategy in Prescribing, Purchasing, or Renting a Property in Indonesia. So initiated by the overviews, before jumping to the main discussion, I'm going to be telling you about the table of contents that we're going to talk about today. There consists of 5 main points. The first one is the introduction, followed by the literature review, research methods, results and finding, and conclusion. And starting from the background, there are 3 main points that are triggering this issue. The first one is the increasing of property price. As we can see and so we can perceive that the average month salary of the employees in Indonesia is really far away compared to the price of the property, and also the existence of the property is keep diminishing, and so it makes the property prices increasing. The second one is the diminishing amount of land for the property ownership, as we know that property is one of the best investments for people to expand. So there are emerging more than one people that keep expanding or buying a property more than once. So one people could own more than one property, which results in the diminishing amount of land or the existence of the property itself. And the third one is also correlated with the previous explanation, is people who just commence their career needs to find an alternative to approach the property. Since the land and the existence it's almost extinct, they need to find an alternative to purchase, not only purchase, but find an alternative of purchase, which is could be rent for the solution of their career, of their beginning of their career. So based on those problem statements and backgrounds, these are the core of the research question that is mainly going to be targeting to answer, is the how do career beginners decide on compatible advantages and valuable property to settle, especially to alleviate their daily activities in Indonesia. To support, there are 4 literature reviews that are correlated with this research. The first one is the definition of the property itself. So it is possible to say that the property includes both the ground and the building it sits on, in addition to the structure itself. The second one is explanation about the financial planning. So it's the process of setting goals, rules, programs, and budgets that correspond with an organization financial operations, or it could be a personal financial planning. So the third one is about the rent itself. That could be an alternative beside purchasing in Indonesia, since nowadays people tend to avoid a high price of the property that already mentioned before. And also the last one is property valuation. So it's more about how to evaluate a property, since it's a estate investment that financially really worth it. So before approach a property, we could forecast and see the market price to pick and find the most suitable and appropriate property to settle down. So based on those literature review, there are 3 hypotheses that formulated. The first one is the preference for ownership of property is determined by career beginner's monthly salary. The second one is preference for ownership property is determined by career beginner's financial budgeting plan. And the third one is the preference for ownership of property is determined by career beginner's mortgage, loan interest, time value of money, and continuous payment, which could be merged or simplified to property terms and condition. These are the visualization or the picture of the theoretical thinking from the hypothesis. So there are three main independent variables. The first one is salary, financial planning, and property condition, which will be investigating to find the relationship to the dependent variables, which is property ownership preference. So this research will use a quantitative approach since it's a deductive research, and also the data collection using a questionnaire form which already invented or created in Google Form and will be scattered or distributed through the social media platforms such as Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, and any other social media platforms. And there are mainly 6 items of questions which are formulated in short questions, multiple questions such as yes or no questions, and a Likert scale 1 to 5 from the response that are already collected. And there are 102 respondents or samples that are already collected. This number are referring to the guidelines of how to determine the sample size from non-probability samples. Since the population is unknown, by using the samples, the result is the samples could be lower than 100. So 102 respondents is already enough to conduct this research. And also to analyze the data, it will exert a descriptive statistic, a validity, reliability test, and a multilinear regression method, which is supported by the SPSS program. So these are the results and the finding. Starting from the validity test, we are already testing 11 questions, and there are 1 variables that are not valid since the R table is higher than the R value. The R table is gained or retrieved from the fundamental table that is already written. So since we are using 102 samples, we're taking the R table from the 100 samples, and the value is 0.195. And also checking the reliability test, there are 9 questions that counted as reliable variables, since the alpha is greater than 0.7 from the fundamental, and the amount of the Cron-Batch alpha is 0.8035. And this is the descriptive analytics to find the minimum, maximum, mean, and the standard deviation. As we can see here, the maximum value of these variables that already tested is 6, and the minimum value is 0. And the highest mean is 4.4, and the highest standard deviation is 1.277, which could be indicated higher. The standard deviation means that the variables are more scattered and not only confined in the mean value. And analyzing the multilinear regressions. First one is analyzing the salary, and according to t-value, which is 0.36, is lower than the t-table, which already from the fundamental is 1.986. And also perceiving the p-value is lower than 5%, is higher than 5%. So it indicates that there are no correlation between salary and property preference. And for the financial budgeting, according to t-value and p-value is not also indicating there are no correlations, since the t-value is lower and the p-value is higher than 5%. So there are no correlation between financial budgeting and property preference. And for the property condition, according to t-value is 2.141, which is greater than 1.986. It indicates there are a correlation between these variables, and also perceiving the p-value, which is lower than 5%, which is around 3.5%. we could conclude that there's a relationship between property condition and property preference. So this is the conclusion and limitation. Among those three hypotheses, there are only one hypothesis that tests are succeed. So the property condition is affecting the variables of property preference instead of salary, and financial budgeting is not really impacting the property preference. And it could be concluded to answer the core question that a beginner career could define a compatible, valuable, and advantageous property by perceiving the property condition first as their financial plan. So it could be like the time value of money and any other aspects. And also for the limitations, the main hindrances or impediments during the progress of this research is mainly placed on a small sample size, so it's really hard to determine whether the variable is valid, is reliable, and there is a relationship between the variables and also the sample control. So since we scatter it to a random people, we also put specific requirements for the eligible people to fill the questionnaire, but perhaps or probably the people who's filling the questions or the survey is not really eligible for that survey. So it makes we got some difficulties in analyzing the research, and also finding the most appropriate responses. It's correlated with the previous explanation, so it's kind of difficult to find the appropriate designated respondents to fill out the questions. And that's all from me. Thank you for your consideration and your time for paying attention to my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Mohammad Alder. Would you like to add something more?
I think there's no further explanation from me, Miss. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Participants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Mohammad Rafi Hadiansyah, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung, Indonesia. His topic is the significance of age, gender, educational background, and economic background towards students' financial literacy and financial management ability. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving on to his presentation.
Alright everyone, let's go straight to the presentation. The title of my research is The Significance of Age, Gender, Educational Background, and Economic Background Towards Student Financial Literacy and Financial Management Ability. Before that, my name is Mohammad Rafi Hadiansyah from Bandung Institute of Technology and Rennes School of Business. Before moving on, I would like to give acknowledgement to these lovely people who helped me with the completion of my research. The first one is Maria Selika from Rennes School of Business, and the second one is Miss Anindya Pratiwi from Bandung Institute of Technology. These are the contents of today's presentation. Okay, so first of all, let me introduce you all to the world of finances today. With the world running on money, economy, and financial movements, financial management has really been a very important skill in order to keep in line with the world's movement. This can be achieved through having a considerable amount of financial literacy, especially for the younger generations. With the growth of purchasing powers due to the improvement of technology, they have more things to consider before purchasing and using their financial assets. Okay. For today's presentation, we'll be focusing on the population of young adults Previous studies have shown that young adulthood has influenced the mindset of many people regarding their financial management and spendings. With the behavior of this generation, their spending has been really high considering that they're still living off of an allowance from their parents. This is caused by the low level of financial literacy and or the lack of financial education in today's curriculum. Financial literacy is the ability for people to understand and make use of different financial knowledge in regards to their financial management. As for financial management, it is the technique of managing one's finances in order to achieve a timely goal or objective, such as for the future of the family or for oneself. Okay, as for in teenagers, financial literacy in teenagers is said to be low based on previous research. While there are several financial education, it's still vague to say that they are actually in need of what is being taught. As for their financial management, it seems that they are spending most of their assets on shopping for popular brand items and consumer goods to look good in front of others. For this particular research, the focus factors and or variables are as follows: age and gender, educational background, and economic background. For the purpose of this research, there will be two research questions that will be answered at the end. The first one is, how does the age and gender of teenagers contribute to their financial management and score of financial literacy? The hypotheses formulated for this question are as follows. The null hypothesis shows that there are no correlation between age and gender towards teenage financial management and financial literacy. The alternative hypothesis shows that there is a correlation between age and gender towards teenage financial management and financial literacy. The second research question is, how does educational and economic background in teens affect their financial management and score of financial literacy? The null hypothesis shows that teenage financial management and financial literacy is not affected by their educational background and economic background. As for the alternative hypothesis, the teenage financial management and financial literacy is affected by their education and economic background. For the purpose of this research, the study will be quantitative. The data used for this research will be gathered through surveys, and the analysis will be done using a linear regression. Okay. The following shows the regression analysis and how the correlation works between them. Age and gender and its impact towards financial management, financial literacy, and financial instruments knowledge. Educational and economic background for the second one, showing its impact on financial management, financial literacy, and financial instruments knowledge. Okay, so for the first one, we will talk about age and gender. Based on the research, you can see the numbers on the table shown. As mentioned in the hypothesis development stage, the accepted p-value for this analysis is 10%. As seen in the table, it is shown that both age and gender shows a correlation towards financial literacy and financial instruments knowledge, but it does not seem to be significant in regards to financial management, as the p-value is higher than 10%. Okay, moving on to educational and economic background. It can be seen that the amount of years of education and parents' income affected the financial management of teenagers. As for major of studies, which is showing finance students in the table, it seems to have no correlation with the level of financial management. But for the other studies, for both financial literacy and financial instrument knowledge, all three variables used are shown to have no correlation whatsoever, with a p-value showing significantly higher than the accepted value of 10%. That's why it's all red. Okay. So in conclusion, after doing the analysis, we can answer the research questions. As for the first research question regarding age and gender, the null hypothesis is accepted as there is not enough evidence to say that there is a correlation between both age and gender towards both financial literacy and financial management. While it may be significant for one of them, it has to be significant for both of them to make it having a correlation. As for the second research question regarding educational and economic background, the null hypothesis is also accepted as there is also not enough evidence to say that there is a correlation between the variables used and financial management and financial literacy in teenagers. So here are the research limitations faced during the process of this research. It can be said to be successful in terms of its findings, but the limitations are limited time possibility and lack of diversity in terms of data and sample size, thus giving a more unstable data during the analysis. Okay, that is all for today's presentation. My name is Muhammad Rafi Hadiansha, and thank you for the time provided.
Good afternoon. My name is.
Thank you so much, Mohammad Rafi, for the presentation. Would you like to add something more? Okay. Participants, if you have any questions regarding his presentation, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Clara Lee Dharmawan, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung from Indonesia. Her topic is how does the rise of digital payments influence overconsumption behavior among the Gen Z and millennial society in Indonesia. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving on to her presentation.
Clara Lee Dharmawan, and I am currently in my final year as an undergraduate student in the School of Business and Management in Bandung Institute of Technology in Indonesia. And today I would like to present to you the topic of my bachelor dissertation, which is how does the rise of digital payments influence overconsumption behavior among the Gen Z and millennial society in Indonesia. And first of all, as an introduction, as a background to my research, I am intrigued to pursue this topic because there has been a massive growth of digitalization in Indonesia, which have caused people to shift from using traditional payment methods such as cash or credit cards, debit cards, to actually digital alternatives. And the country, Indonesia, has embarked on the digital ecosystem for the past 5 to 10 years, and the ecosystem has influenced users to use digital wallets for payments instead of physical cash and cards, according to Deloitte Indonesia in 2020. However, despite the overall benefits of digital payments, the overall purpose of my paper is to understand whether the use of these digital payments actually have a direct influence on especially the Gen Z and millennial consumers' buying behaviors, specifically overconsumption behaviors, and whether these cashless methods actually could increase the Gen Z and millennials' willingness to spend. And which is why I started this research with two variables. First is the independent variable, variable X, which is the use of digital payments, strengthened by 3 dimensions, which is first, the convenience, second, the practicality, third, the flexibility of digital payments. And this research also has a dependent variable, which is overconsumption behavior, variable Y, which also has 3 dimensions, which is first, materialism, second, overspending influenced by promotional offers, and third, a higher willingness to pay. And this is the research model. With this research model, I constructed a conceptual framework where I form a hypothesis, which is there is a relationship between the use of digital payments and overconsumption behavior. And this research pursues a positivist paradigm using a quantitative method through a questionnaire survey conducted online, which at the end had 114 respondents. However, after a few tests and filtering processes, 97 of those responses were considered valid and further used in the research, which in the end, these were, of course, from the target respondents, which is from the Gen Z and Millennials age group. For the Gen Z age group, between 16 to 27 years old, and for the Millennials age group, between 28 and 42 years old. And a restriction is they have to be living in Jakarta and Bandung, Indonesia. And the statements are all measured using the Likert scale. As you can see in this table, the use of digital payments and overconsumption behavior, these 2 variables are both measured by Likert scale, from strongly agree to strongly disagree, and from always to never. And after the questionnaire was shared to the respondents, the next stage is the data analysis, which is in 3 phases. The first phase is the reliability and validity tests, and also the classical assumptions test. Second is the descriptive statistics, and third is the linear regression. First, for the validity test, we used the Pearson correlation method in SPSS with an N of 97 and a degree of freedom of 95. The R table is found to be 0.1996. So the valid statements in the research, in the questionnaire, must be above the R table of 0.1996 for it to be considered as valid, while invalid ones are the ones below the R table. And from the results, 35 out of 36 statements are considered valid, with 13 statements from variable X and variable Y with 22 statements. Because the statement number 31, which is I buy things using pay later, is found to be below the R table, hence it is considered invalid and excluded from further analysis. After the statement number 31 was excluded, we conducted a reliability test through the Cronbach alpha method in SPSS, and it showed that both variables are considered reliable because the reliability coefficient is above 0.7, and both are valid and reliable, both variable X and variable Y, because they respectively are 0.944 and 0.861 for their reliability coefficient, which is above 0.7. Second, we conducted a classical assumptions test to test whether the data is in a normal distribution. And as you can see in this graph, it is indeed a normal distribution, as you can see in the QQ plot of the standardized residuals as well. So with a significance value of 0.2, which is also another proof that the assumptions in this study is in a normal distribution, is because it is above 0.05, which is the confidence level. And third, in the descriptive statistics, we can find that through the questionnaire, respondents, out of the 97 respondents, 30.9% says that they sometimes buy more items due to e-wallet balance, with 27.8 rarely, 18% often, and 18% never. And 11.3% of them always says that they always feel less pain in paying in using while using e-wallet instead of cash. And 24.7% says often, with 36.1% says sometimes. And 20.6% says rarely, and 7.2% says never. And for difficulty in controlling expenses, 9% says that they always feel like they have difficulty in controlling expenses, and 18.6% says often, and 37.1% says sometimes, while 24.7% says that they rarely find it difficult to control expenses, and 10.3% says they don't, they just don't, they never. And overall, we can see that digital payments can actually increase their willingness to spend and willingness to pay, and actually decreases their pain in paying, making expense control challenging. And second is we calculated that out of 97 respondents, 25 of them rarely make impulsive purchases just because they like them, while 34 respondents agree that they sometimes engage in such behavior. Additionally, 27 respondents mentioned that they frequently make impulsive purchases based on their liking for items, which means that 73.5% of the total respondents actually make impulsive purchases between sometimes to frequently, which says quite a lot about the effect of digital payments on impulsive purchases. And one of the most important one of our data analysis is the linear regression analysis. We found that the regression equation is y equals to 58.991 plus 0.069x, which means that the beta is 0.69, implying that for every 1% increase in digital payment usage, it results in a 6.9% rise in overconsumption behavior. Since the beta is positive, it indicates that there is a positive relationship between digital payment usage and overconsumption behaviors. However, although there is a 6.9% effect on overconsumption behavior by the use of digital payments, the T-table critical value the T-table shows that the value is 0.521, lower than the T-table value of 1.990, indicating that there is no significant relationship between digital payments and overconsumption behaviors. And the p-value of 0.604 is also higher than 0.05, confirming the null hypothesis that there is no significant relationship between digital payments and overconsumption behaviors. So as a conclusion, it is concluded that young people are indeed aware of digital payments and actively use them, considering them to be useful, adaptable, and practical. However, although the study found a linear association between excessive spending behaviors and the use of digital payments with 6.9%. However, there is found to be no significant relationship between the two variables. Nevertheless, there is some influence and there is some evidence that suggests that the use of digital payments is influencing consumers' purchasing patterns, such as higher willingness to pay and impulsiveness. And to end my presentation, in order to improve future research, the first recommendation is to gather a larger sample size that better represents the population, since, of course, through a questionnaire survey, there are inherent limitations in questionnaire surveys, including response bias and potential inaccuracies in respondents' answers. And second is that future comprehensive research has to consider other variables that needs to be conducted, and other variables such as psychological factors like self-control and money disorders, and educational factors such as financial literacy may actually affect mobile payment use or overspending behaviors even more. So yeah, that's it from me. These are the references. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Clara Lee. Would you like to add something more? All right, participants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Kanaya Rishandra Naran Ninditya, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Jakarta from Indonesia. Her topic is the prospect of fintech to enhance the financial inclusion of young Muslims in Southeast Asia's emerging markets. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on to her presentation.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kanari Chandra, and today I will be presenting my research paper, which titled "The Prospect of Fintech to Enhance the Financial Inclusion of Young Muslims in Southeast Asia's Emerging Markets." So as for the introduction, here I include the main points of this part of presentation for you to better understand the essence of the research background. So as a start, finance is a crucial industry that supports various sectors, including manufacturing and services. Furthermore, globalization has led to the expansion of digital economy, hence making financial technology an influential driver in the industry. Digital finance has opened the door to economic inclusion, which is something that is not easily possible through conventional or traditional finance practices. We can see the positive result of digital finance as in developed countries like United States and Singapore. Digital finance has contributed to their GDPs by 7.4% and nearly 15% respectively in 2021, according to McCain and Naik. Moreover, the implementation of digital finance can also benefit emerging markets. According to McKinsey, with digital payments adoption, it can boost emerging markets' GDP by about 6%. Islamic finance, on the other hand, is a currently growing trend in the financial industry, offers Sharia-compliant services catering to non-Muslims seeking ethical finance practices. With a Muslim population of approximately 1.9 billion worldwide and the rapid expansion of ethical finance consumers, according to the World Bank, Islamic fintech presents an opportunity for the enhancement of financial inclusion. Moving on to the problem identification or statement of this research. So the idea is derived from the future that will be filled and possibly led by the young generation itself. Thus, an appropriate level of financial inclusion is necessary, especially as the generation is often excluded from the financial industry due to maturity concerns. For that reason, the research question and objective has generated, with the research question being, does the financial technology approach to Islamic finance potentially enhance the financial inclusion of young Muslims? And with the research of objective is to gain an overview of young Muslims in Southeast Asia's emerging markets, engagement levels with the financial technology, Islamic finance, and Islamic fintech. Furthermore, the data that produced from the initial objective can be used for further suggest a visible solution to improve financial inclusion. As for the literature review, here I include some of the main points I have in my research paper regarding the Indonesian and Malaysian condition, as it also used as the basis for the output of this research. One of the three is that According to Islam in Asia, Diversity in Past and Present exhibition, Malaysia and Indonesia are two of the three countries in Southeast Asia that considered as the breeding grounds in terms of innovation for the current growing financial sectors, which is Islamic financial technology. Moving on to the methodology. For the methodology of this research, here I use quantitative methods using an online questionnaire survey as its data collection methods. As this research is narrowed on the young Muslims in Southeast Asia's emerging markets, I limit the respondents to the following. So the first one is the respondent should be minimum 18 years old. The second one is the respondent should be a Muslim. And the last one is the respondent should be a Malaysian or Indonesian nationality. Furthermore, the questionnaire is designed with a Likert scale model with a scale 1 to 5, consisting of 15 questions, with 5 questions being a background information and 10 being the survey questions. For the data analysis, here I use the descriptive analysis methods, which includes the data visualization that consists of a clear and concise elaboration of figures from the chosen data collected and descriptive statistics that involves the median of the chosen data that will project through a box plot. The utilization of descriptive analysis in this report aims to maximize the efficiency of interpreting and gathered data to a substantial dataset for this research. Enacting this particular method will facilitate this research by projecting patterns, trends, and possible relationship between the dataset and the objective of this research, which is the specific segment of this research. Hence, the incorporation of data visualization and descriptive statistics in this process will lead to a comprehensive summary of the datasets that are to be presented in this report by providing a clear and concise information in the form of descriptive derived from the chosen data in figures. Lastly, the target of the quantitative approach is exclusive to the young Muslim age 18 to 23, which accounts to be 71 out of the 80 samples gathered. Hence, the data analysis process, only 71 samples are to be examined. Moving on to the data result of this research, based on the data analysis that I use, I will first explain the results of data visualization. From the first bar chart, which measures the level of understanding of the respondents toward fintech, we can see that 54.8% had an above average level of understanding, while 43.1% had an average to low level. The overall level of understanding was considered to be moderate, with those with a good understanding being superior. Hence, the bar chart indicates that the respondents aged 18 to 23 have a decent level of understanding of financial technology. The second bar chart measured the familiarity level of the respondents by asking their knowledge of Islamic finance compliance, with 1 being unfamiliar and 5 representing more knowledge. The data visualization shows that 97.2% of the respondents acknowledge the prohibition of riba as Islamic finance compliance, with 6 of them have more advanced knowledge regarding Islamic finance compliance, and the remaining 2 respondents being unfamiliar with Islamic finance aspects. So the next one, these 2 bar charts measure the level of interest of the respondents in Islamic finance. A conclusion can be drawn from the first data visualization, which is the left one, that the level of interest of respondents aged 18 to 23 in using Islamic finance lies more in the middle and is more inclined to be in the unenthusiastic scale towards Islamic finance. Moreover, from the right side, or the further question in regards to the interest of respondents toward Islamic finance, it can be concluded that the majority of respondents who lack of interest in Islamic finance, however, have at least a basic understanding of the essence and can find financial services, but are not interested in using such services. So moving on to the descriptive statistic results. So the descriptive statistics are used to determine the possible engagement Islamic financial technology could have with a specific segment, which is respondent age 18 to 23, relying on their own perspective. So the box plot in this research show that respondents with a specific segment, which is age 18 to 23, are more likely to believe that Islamic financial technology will help their generation engage in financial inclusion. So a little bit about the box plot. The upper whisker represents the highest value in the dataset, while the third quartile separates the 25% of the data's maximum value from the rest. The median value is 4, which is in the Likert scale, meaning somewhat engaged, indicating a left-skewed distribution. From there, we can see that the median value is more concentrated in the upper whisker, indicating a negative skewness, which suggests that the majority of respondents believe that Islamic financial technology will help their generation to enhance the level of financial inclusion. This positive results obviously response is constructive towards the research objective. So to conclude, by integrating the outcomes from the literature review and the quantitative analysis, the objective of the research can be satisfied, as it is portrayed through the literature review that the current condition in Indonesia and Malaysia are appropriate to boost the financial inclusion of young Muslims through Islamic fintech. Backed by the data analysis results that suggest young Muslims in Indonesia and Malaysia have a decent financial technology understanding, along with a moderate acknowledgement of Islamic finance, followed by the fact that to some extent they are agree or are optimistic that the Islamic financial technology approach can facilitate the enhancement of their generation's financial inclusion in the future. Therefore, a conclusion can be drawn that the financial inclusion of young Muslims can be maximized through Islamic fintech by ensuring that the provisions offered, aside from those derived from Sharia-based banking, align with the interest of the young Muslims. For instance, the flexibility provided by the financial services and added value such as lower cost fee. In addition to that, ensuring that young Muslims have an adequate level of financial literacy is as important as providing satisfactory services in enhancing financial technology in Islamic finance recognition among young Muslims, which as a result will help boost their financial inclusion and consequently support the economic growth of the country that implements it. Moving on to the recommendation, which is the last part of this presentation. So the recommendation for this research includes these two, which are the first is adding additional question regarding the financial literacy level of the respondents, which may increase the reliability of the data and facilitate the data analysis process by providing sufficient data or evidence. And the second one is to incorporating a broader sample variables in terms of age, nationality, gender, and education level through a vast distribution and of the questionnaires or any form of data collection to hinder a concentrated data sample. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation, Kanaya. Would you like to add something more?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Participants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on to next presentation. Our next presenter for the day is Kinara Devi Andita Sasti, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung, Indonesia. Her topic is, does GoPay help customers in obtaining product discounts as a form of e-wallet? You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on to her presentation. Kinara would be presenting live. Kinara, you may start.
Sorry, I already sent the video link.
You have already sent the video link. Okay, thank you so much. Please allow me a few moments.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for me to present my research. So my name is Kinara Devi, and I will be presenting about this GoPay helps customers in obtaining product discounts as a form of e-wallet. So I will begin with the introduction. So financial technology, consisted of digital payment as one of the examples, is targeted to enhance customers' convenience in doing daily transactions, whether to online or offline sellers. Several factors have contributed to its rise, such as the increasing use of gadgets, number of shops going online, seamless payment systems, and the integrated service providers. In Indonesia, the use of e-wallet as a purchasing method has constantly grown, especially in this pandemic era. People prefer to shop online to reduce physical contact with the seller. Even when they choose to shop at offline stores, some customers still prefer to transact cashless to minimize contact. This situation gives opportunities for digital wallet providers to gain customer loyalty. GoPay, a part of the Gojek Super App suite, is the most widely used digital payment system in Indonesia. More than 900,000 companies accept GoPay, allowing customers to conduct transactions directly from their mobile devices. GoPay has recently introduced a number of product promotions programs that use digital payments as the method of exchange. This can take the shape of accommodation discounts, cashbacks on food and drinks, or saving on purchasing GoRide, one of the services offered by Gojek, that is the primary provider of the GoPay program. So these are the research questions and objectives that I developed. The first one is, how does convenience affect the usage of digital payments in purchasing discounts and cashbacks, with the objective of giving an understanding of the customer's usage of digital payments affected by their convenience. The second is, how does customers' perspective on the importance of security affect the usage of digital payments, with the objectives of give information about the security importance from the customer's perspective that impacted their digital payment usage. And the last one is, does discounts and cashbacks correlate with the customer's continuous motive to use e-wallet? With the objectives of this research will disclose the intention of customers to continuously use e-wallet due to discounts and cashbacks. The next one is the theoretical foundation. So the technology acceptance model, or TAM, serves as the theoretical foundation for financial technology analysis. Perceived value, perceived ease of use, and perceived risk are all included. According to research conducted at a college in Malaysia, perceived use and perceived risk are associated to the intention to use an e-wallet. Another study that was done to determine the effects of marketing on interest in e-wallet adoption highlights the impact of promotional incentives as well as the advantages and perceived simplicity of usage. The findings support the notion that marketing, utility, and convenience of use have a favorable influence on the motivation for e-wallet adoption. This has further demonstrated the national non-cash movement's government program's achievement of a cashless society ecology. And hypotheses developed from the literature reviews are: e-wallets ease of use affect customers in obtaining promoted products, e-wallet security affected customers to use it in obtaining promoted products, and customer satisfaction affect the intention to continuously use e-wallet in obtaining promoted products. The next one is the research method. So, regression analysis is a statistical technique for determining the relationship between variables that have a cause and effect relationship. The main purpose for univariate regression is to examine the relationship between a dependent variable and a single independent variable and to formulate an equation for their linear relationship. Regression models with one dependent variable and numerous independent variables are referred to as multilinear regression models. The hypothesis testing approach, multiple linear regression, is based on the hypothesis developed before. The data from this research study will be analyzed using the formula below. With the Y of positive impacts of digital payment on obtaining promotion, X1 of equals ease of use, X2 of equals security, and X3 of customer satisfaction. In order to draw a conclusion, the hypothesis is disproved when alpha is more than 0.5, and it is accepted when the alpha is less than 0.5. And additionally, a study on the descriptive analytics will be done. And the next one is the findings. So after distributing questionnaires for around 100 respondents, I will be explaining about the sample profile first. So some demographic questions are asked in the survey in order to better understand GoPay users in Indonesia. And more than 50% of respondents are between the ages of 21 and 23, followed by more than 26% between the ages of 24 and 26, more than 13% between the ages of 18 and 20, and the remaining aging of 27 to 35. And this demonstrates that the majority of respondents are Gen Z category. And the next one will be the descriptive statistic analytics. So the researcher uses SPSS to conduct a descriptive statistic analytics to acquire a broad picture of the survey results. Here, a clear comprehension on the sample replies is demonstrated. A number of questions are asked regarding the usage of GoPay, product marketing, is security, and happiness of GoPay users. And because the responses to these questions are to be submitted on a Likert scale, the results are on a scale from 1 to 5. And this provides a summary of the sample's average scale selection. So the first one is the mean for GoPay usage is comparatively low with a score of not far from 2. It is clear that respondents are not accustomed to using GoPay as their primary method of making daily payments. This could be because they are still using cash payments or other digital payments providers. And the author will then examine how frequently respondents use product advertising as a result. With the mean of 2.75, demonstrate that respondents typically do not receive product promotions while using GoPay as a method of payment. The data is trustworthy because the standard deviation is not as high as it was in the first question. The third one, a large majority of respondents feel that using GoPay to buy promoted goods is convenient. With a mean score of 4.22, respondents believe that GoPay's simplicity of use helps consumers to get advantages from product promotions. Fourth one, a question concerning the security of GoPay's data encryption is posed. This speaks to GoPay's capacity of safeguarding consumer information and preventing potential hacking issues. And the outcome is even better than the answer to the practical question. So the respondents believe that GoPay has a sufficiently safe customer data encryption as indicated by the mean of 4.3. The fifth one is the respondents' perceptions of the security of GoPay's fund storage. And this is a reference to their belief that storing their money in a digital wallet will prevent theft, loss, etc. With the mean score is quite even high, even though it is lower than the third and fourth questions, with the score of mean of 4.09, indicates that respondents' perception of fund storage security are very high. This demonstrates that respondents have confidence in the security of the GoPay system. And the customer's pleasure with their e-wallet when purchasing promoted products is the last and final factor. Customers agree to have great satisfaction with GoPay as one of the e-wallet providers, as shown by the mean score of 4.41. Since the standard deviation is the same as that in the fifth question, the information is accurate. The next one is the regression analysis. So the researcher used SPSS to conduct a regression analysis test in accordance with the explanation on chapter 3, that is research methodology. And the researcher included a total of 4 independent variables because entering just one caused the R-squared to be insufficient. So the first table is the R square and the standard error of estimate. And it can be concluded that all independent variables combined could explain the dependent variable by 70.8%, indicated by the R-square value of 0.708. And it is proven that GoPay's convenience, GoPay security, GoPay customer satisfaction combined affected customers' usage of GoPay to earn for the promotions. And the second table, we could see the significant value. So with the significant value of less than 0.001 or less than 0.05, all the hypotheses combined is supported. So this means that the data is very significant statistically. So the next one is the conclusion. So in the end, these three factors, that is ease of use, security, and satisfaction, give GoPay a good impact on customers' ability to purchase marketed products, but only when they are used concurrently. Three independent factors acting independently have an adverse effect on the dependent variable. As a result, companies might increase the security of their e-wallets while also increasing their convenience, which would ultimately lead to satisfied customers. Last but not least, this will improve client access to e-wallets for purchasing promoted goods, increasing sales and also revenue. And the next one is the limitations. So the researcher found many limitations doing the research. So the first is the survey's first constraint was its small sample size. So future researchers are advised to get larger sample sizes in order to better comprehend the data and address this issue. So the second one is the researchers' independent factors are insufficient to account for the dependent variable. Each independent variable could only account for less than 50% of the variance in the dependent variable, as was evident from the previous regression analysis. So this indicates that the dependent variable is influenced by other independent factors. So future researchers should delve more deeply into the literature review, and other independent variables could be deduced in this manner. And lastly, the survey questionnaire used is not in-depth enough. As a result, customers' motivations for using GoPay become unclear. So a concise and well-organized survey must be created in order to be used in future investigations. It will aid in improving response quality from respondents as well as more data gathering. So that's all from me. Thank you for your time and good morning.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Kinara. Would you like to add something more?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Participants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Sayu Wulandari Amrita Dara, Faculty of International Business Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung from Indonesia. Her topic is How do Gen Z consumers adapt to digital payment in Indonesia? A review of GoPay and OVO. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on to her presentation.
So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sayu Wulandari Amritadara, and today I'm going to present to you my paper, which is about how do Gen Z consumers adapt to digital payment in Indonesia, a review of GoPay and OVO. As for the authors, there is 3 people. First is me, myself, Sayu Wulandari Amritadara. I'm a student in Bandung Institute Technology, and I'm from Bali. The second is Professor Alexander Nice. He's my supervisor in Rennes School of Business in Rennes, France. And the third is Anindia Pratiwi Putri. She's my professor and supervisor in Bandung Institute of Technology too. For the overview, I'm going to explain 6 overviews. First is Generation Z characteristics. Second is digital payment without and e-wallets in Indonesia. Third is the research method. Fourth is the research question and hypothesis. Fifth is the chi-square analysis. And the sixth is conclusion and limitations. So, what is Gen Z? Gen Z is the generation that is currently running this era. They have shaped significant advancements in technology and as a result, different attributes and attitudes towards the usage of payment preferences. Traditional payment methods such as credit cards and cash are less popular among Gen Z. Instead, it is preferred to be using mobile payments apps and digital wallets. They prioritize trouble-freeness, speed, and convenience when making a purchase and other simple payment methods involving this advanced technology. They prioritize security in selecting payment options to avoid risky scams or fraud. In addition, they are very social responsibility. They are more likely to choose payment methods that align with their values, such as eco-friendly products or socially responsible payment methods. From a journal I found, written by Pratiwi, T. Andriana, F. and Sugiarto, written on 2017, in the coming years, the world of commerce will be shaped by the combined purchasing power and influence of Generation Z. Next, I'll explain the digital payments UTAU. What is UTAU? It is a theory of acceptance and use of technology. It was developed by Venkatesh et al. On 2003. It is to uptake and appropriate use of digital payments to illustrate how relationships between user and behavior, trust, attitude, and attention underlie how information technology users behave. The key drive forcing behind user behavior toward acceptance of information technology. First, there is ease of use that boosts user confidence and have an impact on how satisfied users are with the product. And then second is trust, a primary determinant of consumer intentions when purchasing a product or service. Third is risk, can be seen split into 2 dimensions, a risk in online transactions and perceived risk associated with a consumer service or product. And the fourth is usefulness, which is a degree to which a consumer believes a technology may improve job performance. So these are the existing e-wallets in Indonesia. Hanadian Nurhayati Wolf identified GoPay and OVO are both largest top 2 e-wallets in Indonesia that are commonly known and used the most. So first, let me explain what GoPay is. GoPay is a payment application from the Gojek company, comprehensive digital payment that enables users to securely conduct cashless and cardless payments for everyday needs of Generation Z or any generation. And based on many journals and researches, GoPay has proven to be the most famous e-wallet in Indonesia among the Gen Z who has thrived their transactions easily and safely. This has gained much attention for the Gen Z to be satisfied and easily not worried about not bringing cash. And the second is OVO. OVO is a digital wallet with wide usage among retailers, transportations, firms, e-commerce platforms, and bill payment services. OVO has also made a big impact on digital payments in Indonesia. It has given many different features and facilities to Generation Z to use and access for the transactions. All QR codes to send transactions, which has helped users with convenience and trust as well as cashless payments. So the problem statement for this is to examine the motivations of Generation Z consumers with regards to digital payment options between existing e-wallets in Indonesia, which are GoPay and OVO, also to examine consumer behavior between two generations toward their spending, also identify the misuse of easy access towards e-wallets and disadvantages that can occur from the users themselves. For the research method, I use the purposes sampling. Purpose in order to make the most use of scarce resources. And I used the quantitative research using questionnaires regarding the hypothesis objectives and gathering in-depth data from Generation Z in Indonesia towards their preferences and adapt to digital payments. For the first research question is convenience associated with consumers having to adopt digital payment methods? As for the hypothesis and chi-square analysis, given the convenience of digital payments leads to consumers' adoption to digital payment methods. After analyzing data of 100 respondents from my questionnaire, I identified the chi-square analysis and got a p-value of 0.06, which means hypothesis and the research question 1 successfully correlated. For research question 2, what control of expense do consumers face in adapting to digital payment in Indonesia? For this, the hypothesis would be consumers' control of expenses is a factor when using digital payments. For the chi-square analysis, I got a p-value of 0.03, which means the research question of number 2 and hypothesis number 2 successfully correlated. As for research question number 3, consumers' degrees of satisfaction associated with digital payment systems affect their plans to use them in Indonesia, which means the hypothesis is consumers' control of expenses is the factor when using digital payments. As for the chi-square analysis, I got a p-value of 0.02, which means the hypothesis and research question number 3 successfully correlated. So the conclusion of overall hypothesis, research question, does it answer my research questions or not? First hypothesis, the consumers who prefer using digital payments need convenience in their daily transactions, whether to pay the bills, top up money to their wallet accounts, or purchase goods at retailers with just a tap. All these convenience include factors like speed, ease of use, and trustworthiness that Generation Z has adapted and utilized because they fulfill and match their consumer needs. This result is consistent with the hypothesis that there is a link between convenience and the use of electronic payment systems. So yes, convenience is associated with consumers adopting digital payment methods. As for the second hypothesis, with the adoption of new features and facilities that digital payment provides, such as the code scanning or inputting data information of the user's card number, this has led to the quickest way to purchase or send payments through digital payments. It can lead to impulsive buys because knowing it just needs a scan of your mobile device is less hassle rather than using cash or card payments and giving change would be very hassle. So yes, control of expenses does face consumers adapting to digital payments. And for the last, third hypothesis is satisfaction is the main drawing factor that customers need, particularly driven by the promotional offers and discount rewards in Indonesia. Indonesia has various kinds of promotion offers, whether it could be a 10% cashback purchase, a buy one get one offer, or from many restaurants or retailers, there's a lot of discounts. This has given the satisfaction of consumers to use digital payments in Indonesia, and it has driven them with satisfaction and needs of the consumer purchase. So yes, consumers' degrees of satisfaction are associated with digital payment systems used in Indonesia. So overall, these findings have contributed to give me a better understanding to the factors that influence the Gen Z attitudes and behavior towards usage of digital payments. As for the limitation, the time frame to conduct this research was too short. It was hard to grasp a lot of Gen Z respondents in Indonesia since it has a large population and 5 hours difference with France and Indonesia, because when I was doing my paper, I was in France and I had to get respondents from Indonesia, so it was a very huge time gap, which was difficult to manage, but it was possible to get 100 respondents. In addition, due to the size of the sample and individualized categorization of sample Gen Z, it is of limited value of our research. So that is all for my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Sayu. Would you like to add something more?
No, that's all. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Participants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Angit Najwa from ST, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Jawa Barat from Indonesia. His topic is an analysis of Airbnb user experience in Indonesia. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving on to his presentation.
Greetings, I'm Angit Najwa Pramesti, an international business student from Institute of Technology of Bandung, and also a double degree student from University of Hull. Today, I will be presenting my dissertation with the title An Analysis of Airbnb User Experience in Indonesia. The presentation will discuss these points. Airbnb is an American company that provides digital accommodations for tourism-related activities and housing, particularly homestays for vacation rentals. Airbnb does not own any of the listed properties, rather they are all sponsored by hosts or property owners. Airbnb, despite being a technology firm, operates in the hospitality industry. This industry places a high value on creating a positive customer experience. There are still research gaps in Indonesia regarding this area of study, and Jakarta, Indonesia's capital city and home to over 10 million people in terms of average daily rate, has a growing tourist demand, receiving more than 2 million tourists in 2019, and where Airbnb usage has been expanding rapidly along with the percentage of offers. In this context, it is fascinating to learn about the user experience in Indonesia's capital city and to understand what factors impact that experience. As a consequence, the following research issue is addressed in this study. First one is, what are the factors that affect the user experience of using Airbnb housing service in Jakarta, Indonesia? Second one is, what are the various variables that motivate Thai, Malaysian, and Indonesian travelers to trust and utilize Airbnb? According to Mamuchi et al., the platform for sharing lodging is preferred by most travelers because of its low cost, real experience, and genuine engagement. Travelers' Airbnb repurchase intention is strongly influenced by both unique experience expectation and perceived value. The Airbnb user experience revolves around trust. Aforementioned study revealed that brand credibility had the greatest effect on the intention to stay at Airbnb locations. Positive reviews and informative host profiles influence booking decisions by increasing perceived credibility and trustworthiness. In addition to conventional social circles, internet reviews by a sample population serve as an important and trustworthy information source. So this research is exploratory and adopts qualitative techniques. Ethnography is the study of online consumer culture via research. By analyzing organically occurring disputes and events on the internet, it aims to deconstruct the cultural norms and expressions that impact consumer decisions among the groups under examination. The reviews on the Airbnb website will connect to a more complete and contextual understanding of users. This similar method had been used by Santos et al. This study analyzes the themes mentioned by visitors when using Airbnb that impact the user experience in the city of Fortaleza, Ceará, Brazil. People-free social behavior on the internet is captured and evaluated using this method. The objective is that this information is acquired when consumers are acting normally, as opposed to survey research in which consumers may behave to avoid embarrassment or to please the surveyor. The evaluations provided by users on the Airbnb platform are employed as a source of data. The data that are going to be collected from Airbnb's website include the initials of the reviewer, the review's date, and the reviews. The tool that will be used in this research is WebScraper, which is a free web data extraction tool. A total of 1,968 user reviews associated with approximately 80 listings that have 4 or more stars were extracted. Content analysis was performed to analyze the data. Any material may be classified using content analysis by converting its features into crucial elements that allow it to be compared to a set of other variables. After manual intervention, the collected data was saved to an XLSX file and afterwards integrated into NVivo Plus version 12, which is used to aid in classifying, categorizing, and analyzing the data using content analysis. NVivo is a platform for organizing and managing qualitative data that is centralized. The original categories were set up as first impressions of the remarks, resulting in the following categories. First one is home benefits, location convenience, personalization, and host. While textual data in this case, reviews on Airbnb properties can provide useful information, it also has certain limits. Textual data is inherently subjective since it reflects individual ideas, viewpoints, and experiences. Not every user leaves a review, and those that do may not be representative of the whole user population. Reviewers may be more likely to express extreme views, resulting in a potential bias towards unduly positive or negative attitudes. A word cloud, also known as a tag cloud or text cloud, is a graphical representation of text data that shows the frequency of importance of terms, which is used in the results. It facilitates the analysis and interpretation of textual data by highlighting the most significant or frequently occurring terms. These study findings highlight many crucial variables that have substantial influence on the customer experience of Airbnb. The quality and qualities of the lodging, referred to as place, emerge as critical component in all 3 cities. When rating their experience, users emphasize the significance of cleanliness, comfort, location, facilities, and Wi-Fi. Positive words like perfect, good, and great were commonly used, suggesting overall pleasures with the lodgings. The phrase host was frequently referenced in user evaluations, implying that the engagement and support offered by hosts has significant impact on the user experience. In Jakarta, Indonesia, hosts were regarded as helpful, courteous, and responsive, adding to the overall experience. The 3 figures below are the word clouds of Airbnb reviews for the cities of Jakarta, Bangkok, and Kuala Lumpur. The data utilized for content analysis in this study comes only from reviews connected to the listings in Jakarta, Indonesia, with a total of 667 reviews. The hierarchy of the categories in Table 1 was loaded into NVivo. According to the data, the most meaningful dimension is home benefits with 750 references, followed by location convenience with 144 references, personalization 6 references, and last but not least, host with 172 references. Future studies should analyze the data representative and address potential limits in generalizing findings to a larger user community. Furthermore, use proper ways to efficiently organize and analyze textual materials. Throughout the study process, users' privacy and ethical issues should be respected. To circumvent this restriction, researchers may try to integrate textual data analysis with additional research methodologies, such as surveys or interviews. Overall, the findings of the study have practical consequences for both Airbnb hosts and platform management. Hosts may improve features like cleanliness, comfort, and amenities by knowing the important variables that determine the user experience. These findings give platform administrators insights into the factors that lead into a pleasant user experience. Airbnb can give direction and help to hosts ensure high-quality lodgings and interactions with visitors by recognizing the relevance of the location and the host. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Ankit was unable to join us today. If you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for today is Andika Konstantin, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Jawa Barat, Indonesia. Her topic is the impact of modern production method on the quality of tempeh in Indonesia. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on to her presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Andika Konstantin and I'm a student from Institut Teknologi Bandung and a double degree student from University of Ho. And in today's session, I would like to present my study regarding the impact of modern production method on the quality of tempeh in Indonesia. For the table of contents, there are the background information, the main research question, literature review, methodology, data analysis, research findings, future research, and conclusion. For the main research question, how does the modern tempeh production method affect the quality of tempeh in Indonesia? And this is the literature review. First one is the traditional production method. The tempeh industry in Indonesia has a strong historical background and has been firmly entrenched in Indonesian culture for centuries. The origins of this food can be traced deeper to the Indonesian island of Java, where tempeh is traditional staple food that has been passed down from generation to generation. And for the modern production method, this method has been used and has revolutionized the food industry both on a global scale and in Indonesia. And by providing more innovative approaches to increase productivity, efficiency, and food quality, this method can cover various types of technologies and techniques that have been adopted in various existing food sectors. The quality impact of modern production method have been investigated by previous studies and highlighting the effect of these technological advances on sensory attributes as well as the nutritional composition of the final product. The research that has been done shows that modern production methods can significantly affect the sensory attributes on the final results of the tempe production. For the methodology of the study, this research was designed using a qualitative approach with the main method of conducting interviews with informants and experts. And the purpose of conducting this interview is to gain insight and in-depth understanding of the impact of modern production methods on the quality of tempe in Indonesia. And for the data sampling, there will be propulsive sampling technique that was used to select 10 participants who have specific knowledge and experience in the industry. And for the data collection, it involves qualitative interviews with selected participants, and also it will become the main source of data to explore the impact of the modern production methods. For the data analysis, it will be done manually without using special software or tools, because the qualitative data that has been obtained and collected through interviews will be transcribed and then analyzed thematically to identify the presence of the same themes, patterns, and categories in the data. And the results of this narrative will be aligned with the research objectives and conceptual framework that has been prepared. The first research findings, tempe production in Indonesia, its current condition, and also the obstacles. Based on the interview results obtained, it has been proven that tempe production in Indonesia holds a significant position in the country's culinary culture and food industry. Participant number 3 described that the industry is growing, but also facing increasingly fierce competition, very tight competition. And they emphasize that the demand for tempe continues to increase rapidly, both domestically and also internationally. To address this challenge, participants suggested implementing a quality assurance program that will increase the collaboration between industry stakeholders and further research to improve production techniques. The second finding is the impact of the modern production methods on the quality of tempe. So the impact of this modern production method is explored through an analysis of participants' responses regarding the effect of these methods. Insights from the interviews explain the observed changes and improvements resulting from the adoption of modern methods. Participants highlighted some of the key benefits associated with adopting modern production methods. Participant number 2, which is a tempe producer experienced in adopting modern techniques, noted that this method had improved the texture consistency and appearance of the final tempe produced. They mentioned that the use of controlled fermentation conditions and state-of-the-art equipment has resulted in a more uniform and attractive product. However, it is important to note that some participants also emphasized the potential drawbacks of using modern production methods. Participant number 4, an advocate of traditional tempe production, expressed the concern regarding the potential loss of the uniquely distinctive taste and microbial diversity associated with applying modern techniques. The third findings is the market trends and consumers' preferences. The insights provided by the participants on current market trends and consumer preferences for tempe provided valuable information on the factors influencing consumer choice and the implications for tempe quality. In brief, the interviews also revealed that the tempe market was driven by the increasing demand for vegetable protein sources and consumer preferences that were health conscious and oriented towards sustainable trends. Taste, texture, appearance, and culinary versatility are identified as key factors influencing consumers' choice of tempe. These findings underscore the importance of maintaining high-quality tempe while also optimizing the fermentation process and providing clear and informative packaging so as to meet consumers' expectations. The fourth finding is the obstacles and challenges in adopting the modern production methods. Resistance to change is another factor that was being the drawback of this application. The perspectives of the interview participants highlighted the main obstacles and challenges faced by the tempe industry in adopting this method is also The results that are revealed by various reasons behind the obstacles or difficulties encountered by carrying out the modernization of this production process. Participant number 5, which is a researcher, discussed attachment to traditional methods and the fear of losing the uniqueness and cultural heritage associated with traditional tempe production. They believe in emphasizing the importance of striking a balance between modernization and preserving the essence of traditional techniques. For future research, and based on the findings found in the study, recommendations for further research can be made to increase understanding of the impact of modern production methods on the quality of tempe in Indonesia in the context of international business. By conducting long-term studies, it is very possible to further evaluate the impact arising from various modern production techniques on the quality of tempe from time to time. In conclusion, the aim of this research was to determine the effect of modern production methods on the quality of tempe produced in Indonesia in the context of international business. And through a comprehensive literature review and qualitative interviews with participants with diverse backgrounds in the industry, valuable insights were obtained. The main question of this research has been successfully answered through the findings and also the discussion presented in the previous chapters. The results of the study also show that there has been a shift in production methods from traditional to modern in the Indonesian tempe industry. While traditional methods often hold cultural significance, modern production methods offer more benefits such as consistency, increased efficiency, as well as increased scalability. However, there are also challenges in fully implementing modern methods. These include low levels of awareness, financial constraints, undermeasured regulations, and resistance to change. Furthermore, changing consumer preferences and increasing market trends have played an important role in the growth of the tempe industry in Indonesia. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the presentation. If you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Nadira Shafia Sahara, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Jawa Barat, from Indonesia. Her topic is how does inflation affect the resale market for Air Jordan sneakers in Indonesia? You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on to the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow scholars, and esteemed colleagues, good morning. It is a great pleasure and honor that I stand before you today as Nadira Shafia Zahra, representing Institute Teknologi Bandung and specializing in international business and management. Today, I have the distinct privilege of sharing my research finding as this esteemed gathering as the international conference. The journey that led me to this stage has been filled with passion, curiosity, and countless hours of dedicated research. The topic that I have delved into with utmost enthusiasm revolves around the intriguing relationship between inflation and its impact on the resale market for Air Jordan sneakers in Indonesia. As we all know, Indonesia is a nation that has embraced sneaker culture with an unyielding fervor, and Air Jordan sneakers have undoubtedly become an iconic symbol with this dynamic market. However, in the face of fluctuating economic condition, understanding the intricate interplay between inflation and the resale market for such compact footwear has emerged as a critical area of research, The aim of my study has been to shed that light on the mechanism at work and the implication it has on the consumer behavior, market dynamics, and economic trends. Throughout this research, I have meticulously analyzed comprehensive data, applied rigorous methodologies, and collaborated with esteemed experts in the field. The findings I present today serve as a test to the power of collective knowledge and the potential for insight that can drive us forward. In the course of my presentation, I will delve into the factors that contribute to the fluctuation of sneaker resale prices, the consumer decision-making process influenced by inflation, and implication phenomenon have on both the sneaker industry and the broader economy of Indonesia. Together, let us embark on the inland voyage where the pursuit of knowledge and the spirit of inquiry guide our way. Thank you. Next. So for the overview, first I'm going to explain about the research question, then the literature review, methodology, hypothesis, conceptual framework, and data analysis. And the last one is the conclusion. Next. For the research question in this journal, but the first one is, how has inflation in Indonesia affected the pricing of Air Jordan sneakers in the resale market? For the second question is, how have buyers and sellers in the resale market adjusted their pricing and purchasing strategies in response to the changes in inflation rates? And for the last research question is, what are the long-term implications of inflation for the sustainability and growth of the Indonesian resale market Air Jordan sneakers? Okay, for the literature review, based on my journal, for the first one is inflation in Indonesia is driven by a variety of factors, including food prices, electricity prices, exchange rate fluctuation, and monetary policy. To maintain price stability, the research highlights the significance of controlling inflation, expectation, also implementing effective monetary policy measures. This is the resource, the citation that I got. And for the next one is the luxury goods market in Indonesia refers to the retail industry segment that offers premium to high-end products such as fashion, cosmetic, accessories, jewelry, watches, and electronics. As for this journal, we focus on the fashion, which is the shoe, the Air Jordan sneakers. Also, for the collaboration between the brand and the legendary basketball player Michael Jordan, as well as the brand creative design, marketing tactics are some of the reasons of the success of the Air Jordan's brand. The partnership also have enhanced value and demand for Air Jordan, while also generating hype and excitement by Santos. For the methodology, I use the quantitative approach. In this research, I use quantitative techniques for gathering information. And for the data collected through the survey using Google Form. Also, I distribute it online from social media platforms such as Instagram, Line, and WhatsApp, and also from the sneaker-related online communities. Next, to give the general idea of the distribution of the data, I use the descriptive statistics such as the multiple linear regression to see the relation between the two research variables like mean, median, model, and standard deviation will be used to examine the obtained data. The gathered information will be analyzed using statistical software program, and the data will also be analyzed using inference statistics, which include hypothesis, testing, and correlation analysis understanding between variables. Next is the hypothesis. The first one is the inflation in Indonesia has a significant positive effect on the consumer behavior of Air Jordan resale market. The second one is inflation in Indonesia has a significant positive effect on the long-term sustainability of Air Jordan resale market. And the last one is the long-term sustainability has a significant positive effect on Air Jordan resale market. For the conceptual framework, for the in the left one is the inflation in Indonesia, which leads to long-term sustainability, and we have the hypothesis one. And second one is for hypothesis two is between inflation to the resale market for Air Jordan sneakers. And for the hypothesis number three is long-term sustainability to resale market for Air Jordan sneakers. Next. Yeah, and then the data analysis. So from the survey, we have the answer from the respondent. The total respondent is 50. And based on the respondent is 24 are males and 26 females. The criteria fulfillment is, the first one is they have an interest in the resale market for Air Jordan sneakers. And also they have, they are the customer of Air Jordan sneakers. And 100% of 50 people are going to participate and passing the criteria fulfillment. And from the majority of the respondent is mainly 18 to 29 years old. Next, for the reliability test, we use the Chromebook Alpha, and the result is 814, considered is high and reliable. And next, for the correlation analysis, as we can see, based on the three variables, Air Jordan resale market, inflation, and sustainability, inflation has strong correlation, which is 63.4%. And the next is the Air Jordan resale market and sustainability has moderate correlation, which is 44.2%. And the last one is the inflation has a moderate correlation with the sustainability, which is 46.5%. Next. And for the regression analysis, we can see the model summary, the ANOVA, and the coefficient, and we can conclude that the result for the R square, for the research, it was 40.2%, which suggests that 40.2% of inflation can explain the Air Jordan resale market, and the remaining 59.8% are unrelated or outside scope of the study. Air Jordan resale market will increase by a factor of 0.394 for every additional inflation unit of Air Jordan resale market. Also, they will be minus 1.079 times lower without the inflation. Also, for a t-value of 5.676 indicates that statistically significant difference between two variables if there is no significant impact in the population. This means that the probabilities of reaching a t-value of extreme as more as extreme that 5.6 is less than 1.0001. Therefore, these results reject the null hypothesis and draw the opposite conclusion that significant correlation exists between the two variables. And the limitation for this study is that unable to use a more diverse sample or include greater number of respondents due to time and resource limitation. Also, there are complicated and fair nature of customer behavior towards Air Jordan resale market. It requires a large number of respondents. And we can conclude for this presentation and this journal, buyer and seller in the resale market have responded to inflation in a number of different ways. Customers have shown a clear preference for the resale market and are becoming increasingly choosy, also placing a premium on classic good looks and affordable costs. While resale relation to inflation is there presume that it's safe to assume that they've made some price adjustment and respond to the current market condition according to the quantities. The result, customers are worried of increase in prices and prefer to not buying unnecessary products as a way of saving for essentials. And that's all from me. Thank you so much for listening. So thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Nadira, would you like to add something more?
Actually, that's it from me. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Participants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Revan Anwar, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Jawa Barat from Indonesia. His topic is how bubble burst affect Indonesian stock traders in the initial public offering. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on to his presentation.
Greetings, my name is Rivan Septian Anwar from Institut Teknologi Bandung School of Business and Management. Today, I will be presenting my thesis about how bubble bursts affect Indonesian stock traders in the initial public offering or IPO. This presentation will contain background, research questions and objectives, literature review, methodology, data findings, and conclusions. Background. The first part is background. Why people trade? Trading provides the opportunity to make a lot of money quickly. Owning a stock is a great way to store savings in a profitable way and to protect against taxes and inflation. While also maximizing investment income, in the stock market, there are traders who seek out stocks with the potential to increase in value quickly, and investors who seek out stock of firms with strong value propositions, market performance, and long-term prospects. IPO system. When a company offers its equity to the public for the first time, it is called an initial public offering or IPO. An IPO allows a corporation to raise equity money from general public, while private investors can realize rewards from their investment. IPO can be a good choice for traders as it offers more cheap shares with relatively strong company condition. Risk in IPO. Investing in an IPO offers enormous risk. One of the most threatening risks is the overvalued IPO. This is related to a term of what's called an economic bubble or a bubble burst. IPO shares undergo dramatic price increase as investors start to buy above what may seem to be a reasonable pricing. According to the notion, after a sharp increase in the market prices, there will be a sudden crash. Investors will sell their off-price assets with little to no warning of when it will happen. Research questions. How is bubble burst happening? Why is the bubble burst happening? What impact caused by the bubble burst toward the stock traders? What do stock traders usually do when they experience this situation? What should companies and investors do to overcome this situation? All these questions are related to these objects. Objective. The first part is to identify reasons that cause this phenomenon, to identify what impact caused by towards the investors, to investigate how stock traders do in this situation, and to know what companies and traders should do to overcome this phenomenon. Literature review. Based from an economic professor from Stanford University, Mr. Peter Kujis, a bubble is where investors buy an asset, not for its fundamental value, but because they plan to resell at a higher price to the next investors. A price spike for an asset that is quickly followed by a decline is known as a bubble. Bubbles develop when the price of an asset is not supported by the asset itself, but rather by the excessively optimistic actions of investors. By Elliott 2020. Past incidents in Indonesia. Gojek and Tokopedia, two of Indonesia's top startups, have merged to form a new company called GoTo, worth 18 billion. GoTo plans to have a dual listing in the US and Indonesia with the goal of achieving public market valuation of up to 40 billion. However, the stock price of GoTo has decreased by 6.64%, below the starting price, leaving investors with significant loss. There are several past research by Richard 1991 investing in IPOs at the end of the first day of public trading and holding them for 3 years would have left the investors with only 83 cents relative to each dollar from investing. The second one is by Subramanian in 1998. Investor psychology such as overconfidence, information cascades, and herding behavior can contribute to the formation of bubbles. Investors are more likely to participate in IPOs when they perceive that they can sell their shares quickly and make a profit. Methodology. There are two types of data, the primary and secondary. The first one is the primary data that I will be using by qualitative method. The primary information will be collected using a structured interviewing strategy to Indonesian professional traders. Since the phenomenon cannot be directly viewed, an interviewing strategy was selected with only consented professionals that had a prior encounter with IPO bubble. The objective of doing a one-on-one interview is to get more data in a descriptive term. The similar method had been used by Teufel Lawrence in his study of investment decision stocks in 2016. He said that the descriptive research approach was chosen because it allowed for the collection of a large amount of data through description, which was helpful for identifying variables and speculative constructions as well as generalizing the results. By Lawrence 2016. Data analysis. The reduction, summarization, categorization, and interpretation process are used to analyze the acquired primary data using the help of qualitative software called Atlas TI. The secondary data are used by qualitative and quantitative methods. Secondary data will only be used as a supporting and basic data, mostly consisting of statistics from past research. It would be the basic data for this research as the previous incident had more promising and complete data. Findings. The IPO bubble had been a serious phenomenon in the Indonesian stock market. History shows several IPO bubbles that affected investors and companies. The nearest and notable phenomenon was the 2020 Buka IPO and 2021 GoTo IPO. From the members of the board of each company, a conclusion had been made. The Indonesian IPO bubble was triggered by a mix of causes, including the expiration of the lock-up period, early investors collecting gains, liquidity needs, and lack of investor loyalty to the stock market. While these factors were outside of the company's control, they contributed to an unbalanced stock market. As you can see, both of the recent IPO bubble are trading in their below their starting price. The GoTo and the Buka. From the interviewing result gathered using the Atlas TI, it all generated this framework. The first one is the impacts for company and investors. Also, there are signs that lead to causes. As you can see, the signs there are overvalued, high consumption, price increase, rush exit that will lead to causes which over optimistic of investors, hype, inadequate investor psychological, short-term investment, early stage of public, minimum investing knowledge. There are many impacts also, traumatized, enormous loss, economic instability, overvalued. Here to the company, overvalued, will not have the similar growth, unsustainable growth, and bad impression. Also to have the strategy for companies that to regain investor trust, find sustainable source of fund, range business model, improve performance. Also for investors, minimize loss, take advantage, analyze trading indicators, diversify portfolio, evaluate continuously, and shape the psychological. Based on the based on the participants' view, IPO bubble is a serious phenomenon that causes many traders a great loss of money. According to participants, most significant factor to bubble is the hype and high consumption. IPO created trends and hype around investors. Successful companies with great management as well as their great condition of financial reports entering stock market will hypnotize investors. Little do they know that the company is still in their early stage of IPO with little to no fundamentals towards the stock market. The next thing they know, the company shares prices fell down below. Starting price will create a domino effect in which investors started to panic selling their shares, and this will result in a more price fall. There are several other causes that contribute to an IPO bubble, including inadequate investor psychology, leading to impulsive decisions, minimum knowledge resulting in inefficient evaluation analysis, over-optimism among investors leading to speculation, short-term investment causing market instability, media-created hype and trends in the early stage, where many companies lack strong for the public market. IPO bubble's impact is significant for both investors and companies, resulting in enormous loss. Investors lose their investment profits, while companies miss out on raising capital through IPOs. The bubble burst creates a liquidity problem, with few investors willing to buy shares from those exiting the market. Many investors become traumatized and avoid the stock market in the future. Companies suffer negative public impression, losing investors' trust and failing to meet market expectations for growth. Second one is the such situation investors often cut their position to limit further loss. They have a tipping point where they exit to market to minimize loss. To survive, investors should consistently evaluate and analyze market before and after entering. This can be done using indicators like MACD, VIR, and ROI. Additionally, checking the price book value helps determine if a market is overvalued. Investors can also benefit by adopting a contrary approach or investing in the opposite market to gain profits. Both company and investors can take preventive measures. Companies should improve their fundamentals to regain investor trust by expanding their business, increasing income, and cutting expense. Seeking sustainable funding source is essential, so instead of relying solely on investors' money. Investors should also diversify their portfolio to minimize market risk. They should also work on shaping their psychology, behavior for better self-control. Learning and mastering evaluation and analysis are crucial tools for investors to navigate the market effectively. There are some limitations, which of it is that this research was unable to include a greater number of participants due to the time and resource limitations. Conclusion. The research study on the impact of bubble bursts and Indonesian IPOs reveals significant consequences for both investors or traders in companies involved. The bubble burst occurs when there is an unsustainable surge in demand for a certain asset, leading to overvaluation and subsequent rapid declines in price, resulting in enormous loss of investors and missed out opportunities for companies to raise capital. The root cause of the IPO bubble lies in the reliance on retail investors who lack proper evaluation, analysis, and long-term commitment to the market, leading impulsive decision-making. To survive, there are some ways investors should evaluate, analysis, diversify portfolios, and shape their behavior. To conclude this presentation, I would like to state one of the quote from Warren Buffett: "It's far better to buy a wonderful company at a fair price than a fair company at a wonderful price." That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the
My name is Hannah. Today,
Thank you so much for the presentation, Revan. Would you like to add something more?
I think that's all from me, Miss. Thank you.
Thank you. You're most welcome. Thank you for joining the conference. Moving on with the conference now. Our next presenter for the day is Hanan Al-Masawi, Innovation and Change Management, Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Her topic is EN Group Super App. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on to her presentation.
Will present my project. Hello everyone, my name is Hanan Hassan, and today I will present my project, which is EN Group Super App. EN is one of the largest telecommunication companies in the UAE, Middle East and Africa region that have big aspirations for the future and realized the increased competition that led them to conduct transformational changes to better position themselves for the future. Currently, they serve more than 155 million users in 16 countries and have a market capital of more than 200 billion dirhams. The new product development of innovation. The proposed NBD innovation for EAND is to develop EAND Super App that will combine the features of 5 to 10 applications into one super application with AI as assistant tool to provide more value to the customer and engage them effectively. According to research by Proster, research findings revealed that the average person uses 5 applications in one day and 26 to 27 applications only every month. EAND Super App had many features, such as instant messaging, one-to-one voice, video and group video call, money transfer feature, digital wallet, online grocery purchase, special offers, interactive multiplayer games, online bills payment, on-demand services, booking hotels, buying goods and services, parking ticket, creation of payment links for small businesses, smiles points, and assistant tool that help customers to manage their tasks. The technological innovation. It is a super app for iOS and Android users that utilize AI and automated data analysis to better highlight the services that they need and most likely use to perform transactions. For example, for teenagers, it will show offers for the cinema, products and services that most teenagers use, such as AR gaming. The innovation strategy. EAND is committed to standing out from competitors by focusing on innovation, digital transformation, growth prospects, and utilizing advanced tools and systems like AI, machine learning, and big data. It's currently strongly positioned in the Middle East market and looks toward adding more value to its current and future clients through its innovation solutions. Another smart approach could be if EAND can secure enough funding to potentially acquire a larger user base application and develop its super application on top of it. About the alignment with the strategic direction, EAND has introduced their target strategy in order to maximize their current and future growth opportunities, in which each letter is the first letter of a sentence. Their strategy focuses on empowering the societies by being market leader of future digital solutions and increasing the value generated to the consumers by both innovation and digitalization, and developing their talents and raising their capabilities. The new product development team, the initial phase of the projects requires 8 essential functions. A product manager who will lead the team and manage the product within budget and timeline, UX and UI designers to create a user-friendly application with smooth navigation, mobile app and back-end developers to build a stable, secure, and capable application, data analysis to optimize user experience through data analysis, growth and marketing officers to implement marketing plans, and user engagement strategies, customer support officers to address user issues and concerns, business and partnership development managers to establish strategic partnerships with stakeholders, and finally, legal and compliance officers who will ensure the application complies with relevant laws and regulations. Managing organizational change. Organizational change have occurred in and resistance to change by employees could happen. The organization requires to have change and communication plan, increasing the sense of urgency and engaging the middle managers, providing the necessary tools, trainings and coaching, and also enabling the employees to contribute with their innovative ideas and feedback. In the conclusion, E&D has already positioned themselves for the future through transformational change and clear pillars, and a path toward digitalization and innovation. The proposed innovation will combine the effort that E&D has already done into a single super application, which will allow initially more than 155 million of E&D users to use for their day-to-day activities, as well as non-E&D users to benefit from both free and paid features across the world. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hanan Hassan, for your presentation. We had a listener today, Associate Professor Isari Karnaringusri, Faculty of Business Administration for Society, Sri Nakharin Viroth University from Bangkok, Thailand. Thank you for joining us for this conference. With this, we are concluding the conference. With great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly running conference with very interesting presentations. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and institutes who have sponsored our participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of this conference. Some of our upcoming conferences are: in August, we have Amsterdam. In September, we have London, Rome, Istanbul, Athens, Budapest, and Lisbon. Please refer to your friends and colleagues, and you all are welcome to join in our conferences again. Thank you for attending. With this, we are closing the conference. Does anyone have any feedback? Please raise your hands. Okay. Thanks for joining the conference. Hope to see you soon in our future conferences as well. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.